button has
That's when we're
been
starting today.
starting.
I guess so. Why not?
Begin at
Are we an
what?
hour early or an hour late? Who's to say?
Great question.
Who can say that sort of thing? Who can answer that?
These
I'm not.
deep philosophical topics are getting in the way of my vampire movie. Or
Duke
is
to
it a
Duke.
werewolf movie? Or is it a little bit of both? Or is it
Is it
Romeo and Juliet?
or is it a rom com?
Yeah. I told you I watched Dracula's Daughter also, right?
I think you did mention that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
That was a
How
wild
was
choice.
how was Dracula's daughter? It's also son of Dracula or Dracula's son,
Son of
maybe.
Dracula, yeah, yeah. Son of Nikki's actually watching that right now. She's finishing that up. That one apparently is quite wild. Um, Also,
Well,
it
the
stars Lon Chaney Jr.
oh,
as
okay.
Dracula or son of Dracula. Actually, his name is Count Alucard because it's Dracula spelled backwards.
Oh, of course. It's like Nilbog.
Yeah. It's kind of wild, but the daughter of Dracula or Dracula's daughter, that's an immediate follow up to the Bela Lugosi Dracula, and it opens exactly where the first movie leaves off, and then transforms very rapidly into one of the weirdest rom coms I've ever encountered. Basically, Dracula's daughter steals Dracula's body. Dr. Van Helsing is on trial for murdering Count Dracula because they don't believe he's a vampire. They think he just killed a guy who was lying in a coffin. And that's that's his right. It's his God given right of as a red
As an
blooded
American.
American. So he went in and killed a guy who was sleeping in a coffin, and so he's on trial for it. But Dracula's daughter steals the body and burns it, so there is no more body, and thus no more evidence that Van Helsing killed anybody. So that's they have to let him go. But she steals the body and burns it because she doesn't want to be a vampire anymore. But she still is a vampire. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't stop her from not being a vampire.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that it would.
Yeah, and then so Van Helsing, instead of asking for a lawyer or anything, he asks for his psychiatrist friend to come and help him, be let off for the murder. And uh, his psychiatrist friend has one of those like really snarky, like early 30s or 40s relationships with his secretary, where they're like super mean to each other but totally
Okay.
codependent. And
Sure.
Dracula's daughter then falls in love with the psychiatrist, who falls in love with Dracula's daughter, but the secretary is actually in love with him, so she tries to sabotage their dates. And then he finds out she's a vampire, and then he tries to turn him into a vampire, and then it doesn't work out, so she tries to turn the girl secretary into a vampire. Oh no! And then they get rid of Dracula's daughter at the end. They kill her. That's the end of the movie.
Wow, that sounds so cool.
It's wacky hijinks and like rom-com scenarios. Like there's a scene where the girl, the secretary, calls him while he's on a date with Dracula's daughter and pretends to be like a zookeeper who wants him to come and do a psychological examination of an ape. And
As you
he's
do.
like, what's the big idea here? Like you need to knock this off.
I see that.
Little bits of like slapstick bits of humor play out like that.
I see that chat is now in the bottom left corner.
It's in the
We're just
bottom
mixing
left
it.
corner of the screen at the moment. Yeah, that's where it
We're
was.
we're just mixing it up. We're
Yeah.
changing it up every time.
But hey, you know what? They've got on Vin Diesel's good side. The Prophet smiles on that. They're on screen. It's
Yes,
3 in a row. I'm proud of you all.
you guys have behaved well. Vin Diesel smiles upon you. How's everyone doing? I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. Good to see you all. Yes, all the O words. What? All our O words in the chat. Most accurate Dracula movie, Dracula 3000, starring Coolio. I think that's definitely a contender.
It's a contender. It's
It's up there
It's up there because I don't know if either of these are going to hold on very well.
because they're all down there, I guess is one thing you could say. Looking forward to the streams every week. Keep up the great work. Oh, glad to hear it. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we shall do our best. Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about Dracula and Dracula movie adaptations. Only two of them, two of the several score of
Yeah,
Dracula movies that
very
exist.
popular.
We'll call it a small sample size, but yes, perhaps two of the most famous, if you don't include that 50s one with Christopher Lee or Peter Cushing or whatever it is. There's so many of them, it's hard to keep track. The point is, we're going to look at the original Universal uh, talkie Dracula from 1931 with Bela Lugosi. Bela Lugosi.
Bela Lugos.
Yes, the classic one. Because,
Yeah,
of course, you may remember from a couple weeks ago, we covered Frankenstein and the Wolfman, and also Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, the team up of the century. And so we're doing a little bit more of these Universal monster movies, also because Hugh just finished reading Dracula the book.
yeah,
How was it, Hugh?
it was excellent. I loved that book. I hadn't read it since I was in about eighth grade, so I did not remember much, and there were a lot of twists and turns that but I don't normally get that when I reread stuff that because I usually have a stronger grasp on what happened. So I was pleasantly surprised. I really enjoyed the book. Had a great time reading it over the past couple weeks. I, you know, just really fun. Was very much looking forward to seeing what these famous adaptations were like. Because it's been a while too since I've seen either of these. And
We'll get into that. I just wanted to say really quick that I'm also a big fan of the book. I'd never read it before, about a few months ago, and I really like it. I think it's very good. So if you haven't read the book, it's good. It's quite good, actually.
yeah.
It's a very fun read, and I think as we're gonna find out that it's vastly superior to
Ew.
any of the adaptations made of it yet, which is a little disappointing, but that does mean someone in the future could the best Dracula adaptation is yet to come, perhaps.
I
Perhaps you could
certainly
say
hope
that.
so.
It's a
Because
really good story.
it's a
There's a lot
really good book, and yeah, I would recommend reading it for sure. Um, and we can just brief little overview of what the book is like for those of you who haven't read it and are stick around and not try to read it before you watch the stream, which I would not recommend you do. Uh,
Yeah, because we are going to compare it and contrast it with Dracula 31 and Francis Ford Coppola's 90s adaptation of Dracula. So we are probably going to spoil some things about it. But it did come out in like 1897, so you've had some time. But but
if you
if
can
you don't want
read,
any of that spoiled, feel free to come back to the stream once you've read the massive book. It is good. It's worth it. I don't know if we'll spoil anything that'll utterly ruin the experience. I don't think it's that kind of book.
no.
Um,
It,
but I think
I actually, so what I did was I listened to an audiobook while I was driving to and from work on my very long commute, and then I would read the actual physical copy of the go over the same kind of thing, same pages thing, and it really benefits from a reread, even just like right on top of one another. You get a lot of detail that you might miss, if you're only listening to the audiobook or just on a first pass through that really fleshes out the story. It reminds me a lot of actually it reminds me a lot of Watchmen in how deep you can go on rereads of it. So I think that knowing the story doesn't harm going back and reading it again.
yes,
But it is really interesting. And if you haven't read it before, the story is told quite well. There's a lot of little hooks and like kind of would you call them red herrings, or maybe just sort of like he drops breadcrumbs that get paid off, within a couple of chapters, like about what's going on in other parts of the thinking
It's a
specifically.
slow build. It's a
Yeah,
slow burn, but
yeah,
I
it is
think it's
very
really
it.
fascinating, especially if you're a fan of vampires, which I certainly am. I'm always generally interested in vampire stories because there's something kind of timeless about them, and I always like to see the best and worst of vampire stories. Yeah, Dracula is one of my favorite depictions of vampires. That is the book itself. So I was quite excited to revisit the Coppola movie and to see the 31 Bela Lugosi Dracula for the first time because I had not seen it. Before we jump into what we think of those, Daily Dose for with the super chat. Thank you very much. Says, do you think we'll see Francis Ford cope a lot? Huh, I get it. It's a pun. With his new movie
Mega cock eclipse.
Megacock Eclipse next week. Also, for 74 million, Dracula feels. Oh, for 74 minutes, Dracula feels way longer. Yes. Um, so that's worth saying about the Dracula 31 is that there's no score in it at all. And
Yeah.
it really feels long. It drags quite a bit.
Oh, yes, it does.
Frankenstein, the 30s Frankenstein also doesn't have a score. But that's I think a bit better, and I didn't notice it as much. It certainly wasn't as
Direction in that one is a lot better. I think James
I would
Whale,
say.
the
Yes.
director, did a much better job at keeping things being visually without the score.
Yes,
Bride of
I would
Frankenstein has
agree.
music that goes through out that I
The
think
Wolfman has music as well.
Wolfman is also
Oh,
10 years later. So
it is. That's true. But I just wanted to highlight it because I don't remember if we mentioned it. The Wolfman score is really good.
yeah,
I really like it. Anyway, to answer your question, do you think we'll see Francis Ford cope a lot with this new movie? Well, it's an interesting thing. I'm excited to talk about Megalopolis when it comes out, which won't be next weekend because we won't be streaming next weekend, but the week after that, perhaps. I'm excited to talk about Megalopolis because it's an interesting anomaly in the film landscape. Francis Ford Coppola, of course, is financing his own movie here, and apparently it's a big, giant, self-indulgent mess. So I'm very curious to
yeah,
see what that looks
I've heard
like.
some interesting stuff from the behind the scenes. Apparently, Adam Driver came to visit him after one of cuts was complete and sat down with Coppola and watched it and said, "Why did you use all of my worst takes every time?" And Coppola said, "Oh, well, what if we just recut it right now?" And they did.
Wait, sorry, which movie is that?
Megapolis. Adam Driver and
Oh, okay.
Coppola recut the whole thing by themselves, using the takes that were approved by Adam Driver instead.
That's so funny that he was like, Francis, what are you doing to me,
Francis,
dog?
what the fuck, dude?
You know, it's funny. I read something earlier today that the guy who wrote the screenplay for Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula, who also wrote, he has a very odd. Okay, his name is James V. Hart. He was hired to write the screenplay for Coppola's Dracula adaptation. He also wrote Hook and Muppet Treasure Island
Uh,
and Contact,
oh,
among other things. Um, Interesting collection of things. which you know what, a lot of the things about Coppola's movie that I don't like in terms of how they change the story, they don't strike me as things that come from the guy who wrote Hook and Muppet Treasure Island. They strike me as things that come from Coppola. But anyway, the point was that Francis Ford Coppola was having a bad time. He was showing the rough cut to the studio. They hated it. Coppola hated it. And and Coppola writes to the writer. He's like, "Help me fix this." And so he goes to see it, and he's like, "Oh God, this is bad. What happened?" And so they looked at everything. They looked at all the stuff they had, and then they did some rewrites, and they had to do some reshoots and everything. So it sounds like Coppola does this a lot, or like
he
he
just
gets into post production, or at least later in his career, and he's like, "Fuck this, that went horribly. What do we do?" And then they have to recut things drastically. So that's a little interesting
I
fun
don't
fact
think
for
this
you.
man has been the same since he came back from.
That's my theory. Yes, that's my. You can take this theory to the bank. It seems pretty consistently accurate. Is that Francis Ford Coppola did not fully recover from the making of Apocalypse Now. It seems to have changed him permanently. And though there's some good things about his work since then, I think there are some good things about Bram Stoker's Dracula. He's not hitting like he did before with, obviously The Godfather Part 1 and 2 and Apocalypse Now. So, um, that's
I
my theory,
honestly
is that
could
he
not
never came
believe
back.
made by the same person who made The Godfather. It's a it's a huge departure from anything that I've thought I knew about his style. Um,
Well, Topaz Dude says it's not a Coppola movie unless he's up against the wall with no money and the studio's trying to ruin it. Well, I guess Megalopolis is not a Coppola movie then. Damn. What a shame.
yeah,
It is kind of interesting that he just couldn't get it financed with any studio. They were like, nope. It's usually not a great sign,
yeah,
because even if you had some misses in the past, if the pitch was really strong and it seemed like something that would make money, you'd think at least one studio would go for it. But nope, he had to finance it all himself. And then all the critics are like, it's a big mess. So I'm excited for it. Anyway, Francis Ford Coppola, interesting character. We'll talk more about him in a minute. First, we should probably start with Dracula 1931.
did we want to do just a quick summary of the of how the book style of the book before we jump into that, or
Um,
maybe give some context as to how script for 1931 came about? We talked about it a little bit during the Frankenstein and Wolfman stream. It's written in the epistolary style, so it's
yes, we
all
learned a new word and everything.
yeah, and we're using it now
So,
and making it seem like we knew it all along.
yes, Dracula 1897, is that when it came out?
I believe
Bram
so. Yeah,
Stoker's novel, Dracula, is the literary equivalent of found footage. It's all made up of letters and newspaper clippings and diary entries. It's all uh,
piled like in a sort of journalistic chronological sense, sort
yes,
of give you the picture of this big spooky event that happened this one time. That it's almost a little bit like an oral history, right? Like a little bit
a little
like
bit, yeah.
which I find very interesting, and I think it does a lot for the way that the story kind of builds suspense. One of the things that I really enjoy is that it doesn't have the same problem that something like a Frankenstein might, where you hear the person, like you might have one of these problems, right? If like if the narrator is in first person and they're telling you about an adventure they went on, and it's presented in that way. It's a little difficult to sort of at least for me anyway, to break away from the suspension of disbelief and kind of like get all the way into whether or not they're going to make it through the dangerous adventure, because they're writing it at the end, so I know, right? Like I know they made it
Yes.
there and they're reflecting upon it. So there's a little bit of wonder of like, oh well, how did they get out of it? But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but I know they get out of it, right? The
Yes.
way that Dracula is presented, multiple different characters, multiple different perspectives, and there's times where you don't know whether or not they're gonna make it out of the situation that they're in, and whether or not this is gonna be the last thing they write. And in some cases,
Yes.
it is, and it really builds up the suspense. It also really helps you to learn and develop all of the characters. I think that's something that's very going to be very important, especially when talking about Bram
Yes.
Stoker's Dracula. You really get in the minds of every character, pretty much all the way down, and
And
it's
they're all pretty interesting, I
they're all
would
pretty
argue.
interesting people. Yeah, they're all really
Yeah.
interesting, well developed, rounded people,
Oh,
and
just to hop on what you were saying, to like sort of cite a more specific example of like how it functions, right? You know, okay, so like scenes where there's something important happening, they're dealing with a vampire, all that stuff. We only hear about that after the fact from people who write it, or like it's described what they're going to do before they do it. And there's that sense, there's something that feels kind of more real about it. It makes the fantastical feel more grounded. Um,
yes,
and the other effect that it has is like you're reading someone's diary entry and they're like, all right, it's, I'm supposed to have dinner with Dracula now, essentially, like God help me sort of thing, and that's the last thing they write, and you're like, oh God, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
You know, that sort of feeling comes across quite a bit in the book. I really like the way it's written.
I like the way that they
Importantly,
organize their thoughts as well, and that they tell you what they're gonna, they tell you what they've
yes,
done, and they reflect on it, and you really get a sense of how smart these characters are in solving
yes.
the problems that are presented to them. And that, yeah,
There's a lot of things that happen in the story that happen also in these movie adaptations that requires kind of a deft hand to justify how they go along with things or when they start to become suspicious, all that sort of stuff. And I think the book does a very good job of making all that feel very believable. You
yes,
you believe that he, like when this person realizes what's fully happening here. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because this is a story. This isn't much of a spoiler. This is about people who, in all of these versions of Dracula, the main characters aren't aware that vampires are real. There's like superstitious locals in Transylvania who are very convinced vampires are real, but these are Londoners, modern Londoners, around the turn of the, what would you say, the 20th century.
yeah. It feels like contemporary to when it was published.
Yes, and and so they have to become convinced that something supernatural is happening here. And so he has a rather, like I said, he's very effective at drawing these characters, fleshing them out, and making it obvious when they start to put pieces together, where and like when they haven't yet, when they can still write things off as like, oh, maybe I'm just going crazy, maybe I just imagined that. There's no way that could be real. There has to be some other explanation. All that sort of stuff that the book plays with. I feel like the movies don't do as good a job with
No,
that.
I don't think they do at all. And
Partly, and there's a couple things that I find unenviable about the task of adapting Dracula into a movie, is that it's a big book, it's a chunker. There's a lot going on, and there's something kind of interesting about that movie, The Last Voyage of the Demeter, which unfortunately was not very good, but its strategy was to basically take a chapter out of Dracula and make that into its own movie, which I think is a smart strategy because it's a lot less, it's a lot easier,
yeah,
right?
it's a lot more. There's a lot less unwieldy elements. You don't have to try to wrangle the entirety of. You can kind of just focus in on one element. Which, by the way, that part of the book is awesome. Like, I
Yes.
found recently, as I've been reading, that I really like a seagoing mystery. You know,
Hmm.
there's something
Yeah.
about that really just appeals to me. Like between lighthouse stories or the boats that ghost
Shipwrecks
ships and
and
everything and
all that sort of
shipwrecks.
stuff. Yeah.
I love that kind of stuff, and that being dropped in the middle of the early part of the book. To get we get a little bit of a break from running around London and Transylvania to do a little bit of that, and then we're back to
Hmm.
going to the seaside in the UK, and then we have an interview with a newspaper or a newspaper clipping with an interview with a wolf keeper from his right, and we're back to Whitby in the UK. It's
Yeah, it's really good.
it's really good.
But sort of what I was getting at is that anyone trying to adapt Dracula into a movie has an unenviable task of cramming all of that into like hour 15 is how short the 30s movie is. And the
Yes.
Bram Stoker's one is what, like 2 hours?
I think 2 hours and 50. So, yeah, pretty much
Yes.
exactly 1 hour longer.
Even still, that's a lot of material. And so there's a lot of ground to cover. And you have that added effect of, since everything in the book is, people writing in their diaries, writing in the newspapers, writing letters to each other. Nothing we see is firsthand, essentially, firsthand accounts. Like we get, that's not the best way of saying it. We don't see the events happen in an omniscient sense. We're told about everything that happens,
Yeah.
essentially. And so adapting that to a movie is interesting. Like how do you go about that? It's not an easy problem to solve.
You do it as a mini series. That's
Oh,
that's how you
true.
do it.
That is how you do it. That is the correct answer. But, in terms of how you get around the sort of like the firsthand materials problem? Like, do you actually just show things play out, or do you do it more like, I don't know. You probably
Yeah,
don't want just hours and hours of people of shots of people at their desks writing letters,
no,
you
no, no,
know.
no. You
So
don't really want voiceover all that much either. I know that it works really well in the book. You, I don't think I don't think that's what we want. I'm just taking shots already. I don't think we want to do that. Just saying.
Trayvon Washington said, "Let Mike Flanagan do it, so it'll be total garbage." Oof, that's I really feel.
add to the add to the long list of absolute garbage Dracula adaptations. Such names.
Harsh. Yes. So it's an interesting challenge to adapt this book, more so than most books, I would say. So, how did they fare? I mean, I suppose we'll talk more about the story of Dracula as it compares to the story to the movies as we talk about them. I
Yeah,
think that'd be the best way of doing it. So, I
yeah. But
suppose,
we'll hop right on in 1951.
yes. Oh, and Jay Jameson correctly points out it's completely free on the Project Gutenberg website if anyone wanted to read it. Yes, it's in the public domain, so you can get it for free if you like reading things in sort of ebook form, or if you go to a bookstore, you can get like a $3, $5 copy because it's cheap. It's in the public domain, so there's no excuse. Go read it. It's good.
Agreed. All right,
Um,
1931, Dracula, the iconic Dracula, Bela Lugosi, the one that everybody kind of knows. Uh,
yes. You, what'd you think of it?
yeah, this, kind of dog poop. It's a little. The movie was kind of boring. Not gonna lie. So one of the interesting things about the making of it, right? We've talked before about the problems that the German silent film version Nosferatu ran into, right? And we'll just summary real quick here. The folks who were making Nosferatu back in 1922 wanted to adapt Dracula. They came to Bram Stoker's estate and asked if they could, and the estate told them no. And when the estate said no, they decided, fuck you, we're going to do it anyway. They made it. They ended up,
We'll change some names and
yeah,
change some story beats, but yeah.
it's pretty much the same all throughout. Um, didn't go over well with the courts or with the estate. They sued them and won. The Bram Stoker's estate sued the filmmakers and won, and the judge ordered all the copies to be destroyed. A few of them made their way to America, and that there was a loophole in copyright law where because somebody hadn't dotted some i's and crossed some t's in the right spaces. It was in the public domain, and so Nosferatu, that's how we have it come down to us today. In order to avoid any issues like that happening for this movie, the filmmakers decided not to adapt the novel, but to adapt a stage play adaptation of the novel, very similar to what happened with Frankenstein for some reason. I'm not sure if it was the same reason, but they didn't want to get into copyright trouble with Bram Stoker's estate. I guess we're notoriously litigious, so they that's what happened.
Yes. And so, yeah, so now we get to the officially sanctioned only because it was adapted from a play instead of adapted from the source material, the 1931 Dracula. And I am more or less in agreement with you. I don't like this movie very much. There are some things to like about it. There are some good things. So let's start with that. Bela Lugosi is quite fun as
Yes.
Dracula. I like the way we light scenes with him. They give him like, I know this obviously this predates Star Trek, but like I always think of it as Star Trek eyes, where there's that like band of light that goes
Yeah,
across
yeah.
their face.
The
Um,
you see where they got the inspiration from Morticia Adams when the
yes,
Adams family finally came along.
yes, it's well. There's a couple things to mention. It's a little hard to watch because there's no music in it at all, and it's very, very slowly paced, right? So
Yeah.
the version I watched on Amazon Prime it was not a particularly good transfer of the film. It has a very loud hiss in the
Yeah,
soundtrack, and it's almost like a white noise machine trying to put me to sleep. But I tried very hard to pay attention anyway. I just think that the storytelling is not that great. What is admirable about the movie is the main performance from Dracula when they give him stuff to do, the main performance from Dr. Van Helsing when they give him stuff to do. Um, the narrative of
performance from Renfield when they give him stuff to do.
yes,
I see Topaz in the chat is saying that he disagrees because it has quite a bit of charm anchored by its iconic performance. I agree that like Bela Lugosi has a great stage presence for this. I did
yes.
not care for him as Frankenstein's monster. Thought he was very bad in that particular role. The guy who plays Renfield, I'm not sure. I should know his name. I should look it up. But the guy who plays Renfield in this movie, I actually quite like his performance as well. I think he's doing a really interesting thing with that character, given what they've done with that character. Which is something I'm not thrilled with how they incorporate him into this story,
Yeah.
based on where the book comes from. But he's doing a pretty good job with his line reads. I really like the guy who plays Van Helsing in this movie. I think he's kind of almost exactly what I was picturing when I was reading the book. He's
Yeah.
got a very,
Visually.
yeah, visually, maybe not quite in the bombastic goofball department. I think he's lacking a little bit in that. But I really like those three performances. The rest of them are kind of forgettable. I think those three are very good. I would say when they have things to do, they really do have stage presence and they play off each other pretty well.
I
Um,
think the biggest problems for me is just the story. The story is really lame and underwhelming to me. I just think what it does in sort of simplifying and stripping all the interesting bits away from the original story, what you end up with is Dracula comes to London. Oh, and he's on the loose, and he's killed a couple people. Oh no, what are we gonna do to stop him? Oh, look at that! It was really easy to stop him. The end. Like that's sort of what it comes down to. There's some fun visual stuff. I quite like the bat that he turns into a bat, and the way the obviously rubber bat flaps around, I find that charming. You know, there's I guess some scenes where he's walking around being spooky that are compelling, maybe, but like when he's going in to bite people and just sort of slowly leans off screen, like that's a little underwhelming for me.
I
I
like
don't
the
know.
way that I do like the way that he like approaches people when he bites them. I find that really like the physical presence that he gives to it is
Yeah, I
very
guess.
very interesting. I just wish that it had a little more punch, like
Yeah.
and it this is a pre-code movie too, so I don't know if it was just because didn't want to show these kinds of things, didn't have the budget or the ability. I'm not really sure. It's just it is a bit underwhelming. The story is reduced a lot more to people in rooms chatting about the problem as opposed to any of the
Chatting
action
about
that
the
happens.
problem, but like not having the appropriate reaction half the time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very flat, and they're not treating this like they should. Okay, so there's a, let's see. So there's a lot of things that are different from the story in the book. One of the biggest differences that in the book, Dracula attacks a woman named Lucy. Lucy is in this movie as well, but in the book, Dracula sort of visits her night after night, and she's basically sick for a long time, and she keeps losing blood, and they don't know what's wrong with her until eventually she succumbs to her
Yeah, well, and they
illness
go
and
through a lot of
wounds.
effort to save her life. They do
Yes,
multiple transfusions of blood from four people, I think. Isn't it? Like,
yes.
yeah, it's four people who
They do
transfuse
quite
her.
a bit, and there's a lot there about the people giving up their blood to try and help her and everything, and then the relationship she has with all of these people is very important and all of that. But eventually, she dies, and then she becomes a vampire. and she's on the loose and she's killing children, and they have to go kill her. That's what happens in the book as well. And of course, it takes a lot out of them to have to go kill her.
Takes a
And
lot
they
of
have
convincing to even get the other three from a lot of convincing from Van Helsing to even manage to get the other three on board with the idea that she is a
yeah,
vampire and that she is killing children.
yeah,
Um,
and all of that sort of stuff. And then they eventually do, and then they drive a stake through her heart and all that sort of fun stuff. Now, in the movie, uh, Dracula's on the loose. He's in London. We're introduced to Lucy. It's like, this is Lucy and this is Mina. And then Lucy's attacked, and then they're like, Lucy died. I wonder how she died. Like, oh, okay. I guess that's it. We don't know who Lucy is. We don't really understand her relationship to any of these people. And then later, there'll be someone on the loose is killing folks, and they're like, oh, that must be Lucy. She must have turned into a vampire. We got to go kill her. And then they do, and it's simple, and it's over with, and it's done. It's like, okay, well, we've lost all of what made that interesting, essentially, because we don't know who Lucy is at all. Even a little bit. We don't understand her relationship with these other people. Like, none of it's completely been stripped of all the real magic in it, and I don't find it very compelling that he's
yeah,
just sort of like walking around like, oh, I got another person. And then I think
another
the
large
big
change.
go
So
ahead.
like another big change that I kind of forgot about this from the beginning. It opens in the same way that the book does, essentially, with a little bit, pared down. We kind of jump
Yes.
right into this this young lawyer solicitor going to visit a client in Transylvania, and the locals are kind of, off put by the idea that he's even considering going up to this place, and they try to convince him not to go. Um, and he ends up leaving and getting up there anyway. He reveals through some dialogue here that the count who he's come to meet has plans to relocate from his castle in Transylvania to London. In the book, this is Jonathan Harker. In the
Yes.
movie, this is a character named Renfield, who is then transformed by Dracula into a sort of like
Lunatic.
like a lunatic slave vampire.
Disciple. Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting about that character from the book is that I I don't think he's actually a vampire in the book. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty
Well,
sure
he's
I'm
not
not.
in this either.
I think he transforms him, doesn't he? He
No, I
in the
don't think so.
movie. I'm okay. I was pretty sure that he did, but he's a lunatic in an insane asylum that is next door to where Dracula has bought one of his properties. And it's implied in the book more that like there was no pre-existing relationship between the two of them. He's just sort of got this evil presence that exudes an influence on a lot of like on beast like animals, right? So wolves react a specific way to him. Other wild animals do this. And this lunatic Renfield, who's in the book, is he's a insane person who believes that if he consumes a specific amount of lives, he will be able to live forever, right? So he keeps tally marks and figures of how many flies he feeds to a spider, and then how many spiders he feeds to a bird, and then he'll eat the bird, right? And like kind of
Yeah.
do those multiplications, or he'll eat the flies himself, or he'll eat the spiders, that sort of thing. And when Dracula moves to this town where he is being kept in the insane asylum, he resonates with Dracula's presence and promises to serve him. If Dracula will bestow rewards upon him, which it's a lot more interesting to me that it's sort of just a coincidence that he ends up getting this guy under his influence and then using him to
Yeah.
help enact his plans rather than for some reason inviting him to the castle, changing him, and then
Well,
kind of just forgetting about or enslaving him and then kind of just forgetting about him for a decent part of the movie.
yeah,
Um
it's
it's
it's odd.
odd.
So a couple things. Renfield in the book, like you said, is just some crazy guy who has this weird sort of obsessive, manic delusion about like consuming living things and gaining power from it. And then Dracula moves in next door and he has this sort of weird magnetism to him because he's a crazy person and Dracula has some ability to sort of control people, not like not fully, but he has this influence over animals, and so sort of the idea is that Renfield is almost more like an animal in some sense, and so yeah, Dracula exerts his control over him. But then Jonathan Harker is the one who actually goes to Transylvania, and then he comes back, and obviously he's married to Mina Harker, who is someone Dracula is going to target later. The point is, now in this movie, Jonathan Harker is not even really a character for half of
No,
it.
he's
He's
just
not
there
important
when he
at
should,
all.
and when he shows up, he just kind of he's not really given anything
He's
to do
guy who
until the
doesn't want
last
his
part of the movie.
yeah, he's guy who doesn't want his wife to die. That's all we get. And that's what a lot of these people are like now. They're guy who's like, "Oh, vampire's bad, gotta stop the vampire," and woman who's like, "Oh no, I don't want to be a vampire." That's really about all the meat on the bones of those characters. So Renfield isn't made into a vampire in this movie. He's like almost promised that he will get it eventually because he's like a sort of slave disciple type person. And then at the end, Dracula is going to think he betrayed him and just kill him. He doesn't kill him like vampire ways. He just kind of throws him off a high ledge.
Yeah,
So I think the implication is that he's just a guy.
yeah, he's just a dude who like gets transformed into a psycho by Dracula in this movie,
Yes.
as
And then
opposed
the
to
other
being
thing
a
that,
pre-existing psycho who Dracula can take advantage of, which
yes,
it
is a little bit better. And then also Dr. Seward in the book is the guy who's treating Renfield, and we get a lot of moments of him trying to understand Renfield and like these are clues we're laying out that'll eventually turn into the fuller picture is that Dracula has been sort of whispering in this crazy guy's ear and that's been sort of affecting him. But his psychologist, Dr. Seward, is an important character. You know, he has these important relationships with everyone else like Dr. Van Helsing and everybody. He's not really important in this movie at all. But like the thing that annoyed me most about the movie with Renfield is that Renfield is supposed to be like a psychological patient in a like an insane asylum. In the book, he's locked up,
yeah.
right?
Well, he's got a room, and it's not like a high security thing
No, it's
because
not a
they
high. It's not a
yeah.
maximum security prison, but
But like when
he's
he starts acting too crazy, they put him in a straitjacket and they
yes,
lock the door and take away the key. In this one,
yes,
they just kind of let him roam
freely.
freely.
He just wanders into rooms while they're talking about how to handle the vampire problem, and they're like, "Renfield, what are you doing here, you
Oh,
silly
you
goose?"
crazy kook.
Yeah, it's like okay. I feel like I don't know what we're doing here with him.
He also travels back to London on the Demeter, the ship
Yes.
that where like it kind of removing a whole element of the mystery of that because they're all in town watching this boat sort of like with a storm coming on. The boat isn't lowering its sails, and they all, since it's a seaside town, everybody's kind of concerned. They're like, oh shit, hey, we need to signal these people, they're in danger. What is his problem, right? And they try a bunch of things and it doesn't work. The storm comes through. It's one of the worst in the history of the town, and then the boat like drifts into the harbor afterward, and they go out and they go to the wreckage basically, and that's when they find the log that explains that like all the sailors disappeared. Uh, the captain at one point blames the first mate for having gone crazy, but then at the end he sticks a note in a bottle in his pocket to try to keep it safe, and is basically just like, there's something here with us, I've seen him and I'm not going to let him take me, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it removing all like most of the mystery from that of like, well, wait, what happened here? Like, what was being transported? What's going on? Like, is this any like what's all this? They go into the basement or into the hold of the ship, and they just find Renfield there, like acting
And they're like, this guy's
Strange.
crazy.
Like, wow, look at him. He's gone mad. He's crazy. Look at that guy and his smile. And to be fair, it's a great smile. It's a great look. He's doing a really
Great.
good job,
Yes.
like with with that performance. But it's just a little bit less interesting.
Oh
Like
yeah, all the interest has been sanded off for me, almost all of it. So for example, in the very beginning, I was like, okay, this is all right because like you said, it starts off with it's Renfield instead of Jonathan Harker, but whatever, we don't know that yet. There is a man from London who is traveling through Hungary trying to get to Transylvania so he can meet up with this Count Dracula character who's supposed to, he's to help him with the process of buying property in London, right?
yeah,
And on the way, he runs into some locals. They're like, "Oh, well, we don't go like it's almost sundown, so why don't you stay here?" And he's like, "No, I need to be meet up by the Borgo Pass by midnight." And they're like, "Why you want to go up there?" And he's like, "I'm supposed to meet Count Dracula." And they all kind of shudder, like, "Oh shit!" Like, no, it's almost sundown. We don't go over there after sundown. And in the book, they make a specific point of all the locals doing the sign of the cross and stuff like that, and being sort of superstitious, much more Catholic type
yeah.
characters, whereas this guy from London is much more sort of Protestant. Like he thinks it's weirdly superstitious that they wear the cross around their necks.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's turn of the century London, the age of reason, right? Like
Yeah.
the age of reason and science. He has been like I think he mentions in the book that he's been raised to believe that things like crucifixes are idolatrous and
Yes.
like you shouldn't
And so he
shouldn't
finds
look
himself
at that.
in the countryside, and everyone's very superstitious, and he's like I don't I don't know what all this fuss is about. And in the book, they give him a crucifix to wear, and he's like,
Well,
I don't know. Well, they
the,
give him a crucifix to wear, and he's kind of unsure about it. But then he even says that, like, I did feel strangely better for wearing it.
Yeah.
Little
The
details
other
like
thing
that.
that I was going to say about like what they do, like the superstition and what they do, the villagers in the book, they make a very strong effort to sort of like save him from what
Yes,
they view as a horrible horrible fate, right? Like they hear what's happening, and instead of just saying things like they do say like maybe don't go, no, you shouldn't go, right? Like they try to convince him, but he goes he's an Englishman. He's polite. He's like, well, I have to go. It's a business thing. I have to,
my duty.
I have to
Yeah.
do my duty. And so they get on the, the carriage. There's a bunch of people on the carriage, and the driver starts going really fast, right? Like wildly fast, fast and furious. You could say he's driving those, and he makes it to the Borgo Pass too early, like an hour early. And when they get there, and he's looking around. He's like, it doesn't seem like anybody's here. I guess we should you need to just come with us to the next town over, and maybe we'll bring you back in the morning. And let's just do that. And then he gets ready to go, and as soon as he does, that's when Dracula shows up on his carriage, and is kind of like he's just like, you're a little early today. Were you trying to you were trying to do something, huh? Thought you did something, didn't you? Like I hear everything, man. Like because and you get the through all this, you also get the world building sort of like implied that the reason Dracula is leaving this place is because everybody's sort of figured out in a way how to protect themselves from him, right? Like
Yeah.
they can kind of ward themselves against him. His hunting ground is starting to dry up. Like this sign of the cross with the two fingers to protect against the evil eye that they do towards him seems
Yeah.
effective enough that he doesn't just kill them, which he probably could, right? Like
His reputation is sort of
his reputation
spread too
is
far.
yeah, and there's a lot of active protections that fix his work right against him in
Hmm.
this situation. So he's going to a place where that has sort of fallen out of favor and is viewed as
Yeah.
idolatrous, and there's a lot more people. It'll be easier for him to hide and sort of be
Not as
anonymous.
superstitious. They don't believe in vampires. They think
Yeah,
that's a whole bunch of phooey.
yeah, exactly. So you get that implied that this is why he's going, right? Is
And
because of that.
it's subtle because in the book they like do the sign of the cross and everything, and basically the equivalent of like Dios mio, like you're not going up there. But they don't say, "Oh, there's definitely a vampire and he's going to kill you," which is what they say in the movie. And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's
Yeah, I guess we're just fast forwarding through that exposition. Sure, okay.
Yeah, it kind of overplayed its hand too quickly, I would say,
Yeah.
the movie. Because like that tension is gone. We sort of established that he's a vampire pretty quickly and that he's a bad guy and he's coming to London. And so then once he's in London, like he walks around, he attacks a woman. It's like, oh, I guess he killed her.
Yeah, I
And then
guess so.
Lucy's just dead in the operating room or the operating, what do they call that? When like everyone can
Yeah,
watch from the sides.
operating theater.
Yeah, theater, that's the word, yeah. And they're like, "Oh, rather
Oh,
she's
she's
been
been drained
drained
of
of blood
blood.
in a very unnatural way. What's that about?"
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's just kind of boring and flat. They don't seem to be like emotionally invested in this being someone they know who died, for example. Like everyone's it's got that same sort of problem that like 50s science fiction movies had, where there's a lot of people in rooms really flatly talking about the problem instead of doing anything, but they also don't seem especially emotionally invested in the problem.
And well, none of the ones that we've seen really so far have been characters apart from Renfield and Dracula, because the doctors who examine Lucy, that they have no relation to her. They're just there, you know.
Yeah.
Um, it's kind of like, especially when you compare it to what happens in the book. So it's just a little lame, you know. When her friend is, her is the doctor, who is trying to help her, and he calls Van Helsing, who's his friend and is indebted to him, and then all of her, suitors come together. They're all friends anyway, but they all three come together to try to save her life by donating their own blood, and massive amounts of it, because she keeps being drained by something, right? It's just not as interesting. It's not as interesting. So it's a downgrade, and I don't. I think clearly the idea of it being sort of like a small stage production, and adapting that into the film is part of the problem. Um, but it just, it weakens the characters in a lot of ways, and it just sort of like the story feels flat, as opposed you don't get to know any of them the way that you do when reading their diary entries, and that plus the lack of a score, and
Yeah.
this sort of like white noise hiss on Amazon. It makes for very dull watching,
Yes. There are some neat shots, for example, when they discover that Dracula doesn't have a reflection in the mirror, but of course it takes them an oddly long amount of time to like piece together why
Yeah.
and react to it appropriately. But it does look cool the way we zoom in on the sort of, I guess it's like a jewelry box with a mirror in it or something along those lines. And there are neat shots. I like the shot when Renfield is like crawling towards the woman on the floor who fainted. That's a neat shot. Um, the bat floating in the window is nice, but as I think it was Daily Dose who said, it's a little weird how long we hang on it.
It's just a bit, yeah.
A lot of
There's a
otherwise it's a lot of like medium shots, flat medium shots that we just hang on the whole time. They're not especially dynamic, unlike Frankenstein, who also has this same lack of score. It's also black and white and all that sort of stuff, but it's much more dynamic in terms of the way it's filmed.
The introduction of the brides in this one too is very boring. Yeah, like very boring and uninteresting. And then they disappear. They're gone from the movie. Like after
Yes.
that first scene, which is again a little bit of a problem, considering the characters. What the purpose those characters serve in the story in the book, right? Like by the end, especially, you know,
No,
it's just lame. It's a lame way of doing this. Like almost like, yeah, hey, look, we've got everything that you recognize from the book,
but
but
none of what makes it good.
yeah, none of what makes it interesting. So
Yeah, and let's talk about the biggest sin that the movie has. As far as I'm concerned, the biggest problem the movie has is the way they resolve the conflict is so unbelievably lame. All right, so there's a vampire loose. Lucy gets killed, and then Mina gets attacked, but she lives, and they're like, "Oh no, what's wrong with Mina?" And eventually, it's revealed that like she has some of his blood in her, because I think Dracula just tells them outright. So like, oh
Yeah,
no, she's gonna transform into a vampire if and when she dies. We have to kill Dracula, or else or else she'll turn into a vampire too. The only way to stop this and to heal her and have her return to normal is to kill Dracula, right?
yeah,
What we've established in this movie is that Dracula, during the day, he doesn't burn up in the sun like he does in Nosferatu, which is where that trope comes from. That's not in the original book either. But what they invent for this movie is during the day he needs to rest in the soil from his homeland, which is kind of in the books, but he
kind
doesn't
of.
need to be in it during the day. That's not how that works. Um, he needs to rest in the soil of his homeland, like in a coffin, in a dirt box, essentially, during the day, or else he'll be really weak. And
Yeah,
so
he's like
now,
essentially like his powers don't work, and he's more vulnerable. Like,
yes.
yeah,
Other like the idea is that they wouldn't be able to take him at his full strength.
yeah,
That's sort of implied, but we never really see his full strength. It's whatever. And so they're like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" At one point, he like grabs Mina and he's running around. They're chasing after him. Like, we got to save Mina. We're running. We're running. We're running. And then they get down to like the basement of this castle place that they are, this estate, this manor, and Dracula's just already laying in a box. And they're like, "Oh, look at him. He's laying in a box. I guess we'll drive a stake through his heart."
off
And they
screen.
do. Off screen, yes. And we'll hear him go "Bleh," in the background. And then they look in the other box and like, "Oh my God, Mina's not in here. We feared the worst, but maybe she's still alive." They look around the corner and she's just standing there. And they're like, "Mina, what happened?" And he's like, "Oh, the daylight stopped him." So what happened was he was running around with our character and threatening her. And then he's like, "Oh, it's almost daytime. I'm going to
Shit.
leave you now and go lay down in my box." And so he went and lay down in his box. And then they're like, "Oh, there he is. I guess we can kill him." And then they kill him. And that's the end.
Yeah,
It's
and
lame.
I
It's
also
really, really lame.
want to talk about another thing that I think is like a bad decision to do. Like even with the adaptation into a stage play being the source for this one, right? Is in this scene where we sort of discover that he has no reflection, and then how Van Helsing tests him with the reflection. So the way that happens in the book is Jonathan Harker is alone in the castle, shaving, and Dracula taps him on the shoulder, and he finds it odd that he did not see him approach because he's been looking in a mirror and he
Yeah.
doesn't see anybody. And so he looks back at it and he goes, "Huh, what's going on here?" And he cuts himself by accident because it startles him, right? And then
Hmm.
Dracula lunges at him because he sees the blood. The crucifix kind of like stops him, and like out of anger he goes, "You really should be more careful about where you cut yourself. It's kind of dangerous around here. This is the thing that did it, isn't it?" And he grabs the mirror. He goes, "It's a foul bauble of man's vanity," and he throws it out the window, right? And that's how Harker realizes he has no reflection. In this, they
Yeah.
kind of realize it and they decide to test it. And so Van Helsing gives him a little box that has a mirror in it, and he flips the lid up in front of everybody in this room. And as soon as he flips the lid up, Dracula freaks the fuck out and slaps it out of his hand and basically just goes, "Very clever. You know my secret. I
I
will be
don't
going
like
now.
mirrors.
I don't like
No,
mirrors."
it's even worse. He's just like, it's like, "Ah, that was very clever. He knows that I hate mirrors. Anyway, I'm gonna head out."
Yeah, which is, it's like, come on, dude. Like,
As Daily Dose says, we do see his full strength when he bitch slaps the mirror out of his hand. It's true.
yeah.
True. I didn't consider that. Vampires have strong bitch slapping skills.
Finally honed from centuries of him slapping
Yes.
peasants. Yeah.
So let's break down why the book's version is better in case it's not obvious. So one, he's alone, and so there's more of a like, "Oh, am I going crazy?" Like he sneaks up on him. He's like, "Oh, maybe I just didn't see him in the mirror," and then he's distracted by being cut. And then the lunging at him, he's like, "What the fuck was that about?" And then he throws the mirror out the window and blames it on like, "Oh, he's offended by mirrors being representative of man's vanity." And it's like all that happens in a very short amount of time. He's like, "What the fuck was that?" And that's one of the first major things that makes him
Start
like
to
very
question what's
suspicious
going
of
on.
Dracula.
Yeah.
Whereas in this movie, And in the Coppola movie, Dracula is just incredibly suspicious always from the very
Yeah,
beginning.
right from the get-go. He's a fucking weirdo, dude.
Yeah,
He is making absolutely no attempt to be charming or like not to the
uh, with one
with
exception,
one
maybe.
exception in I mean
Yeah,
in
at the
Bella Lugosi
theater.
does at the theater try to be kind of charming and even in
Yes.
that scene with Van Helsing he's trying to be sort of normal until he sees a mirror and then he's just like well nah, my cover's blown and just
Yeah,
walks
then
out the door.
he walks out the door, and then they go after him, and they're like, "Look at that big dog running across the yard." And it's like, "That's a wolf." And so basically, Dracula is like, "Shit, I gotta get out of here." And so
Yeah.
he calmly walks out of the door, and then immediately changes into a wolf and runs away, which is pretty funny. But yeah, in this version, they see that he doesn't have a reflection several times. We hang on this shot for a long time, and then Van Helsing's like, "Hey, hold this mirror really quick," and he's like, "Ugh,
You
no, I don't.
motherfucker.
You know I don't like mirrors. I'm just not a fan of them. Anyway, bye." Okay.
Yeah, like
Thanks, Dracula.
the part and so the other thing that he does right like in the book when he brings Harker in is that he makes the room very comfortable, right? It's the middle of the night.
Yes.
They've been out for like the whole night, but he makes the room comfortable. There's a fire. He's made the bed. There's a big meal set out, and he says, you'll have to excuse me. I already dined and I don't eat dinner, Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
sup, right? Like so but if you don't mind, I'm going to sit and chat with you for a while. And they talk and he's like, "Oh, this guy's pretty knowledgeable. He's very interesting to talk to. He's got a lot he's very
Very
smart, clearly.
learned.
Very learned.
Yes.
He would make a good solicitor, I think is something that he says."
Yeah, he's
Um
yeah, it's oh, that's great.
yeah. And in they kind of like they spend a bunch of time doing that, but then slowly he starts to be like, it's a little weird. I've never seen him eat, and also I've never seen the servants clear the table or make my bed, and I can't really
Yeah.
go anywhere. A lot of this is like I can go back and forth to the library, but like a lot of the places are locked, and he keeps saying these weird things, and then all of a sudden he's like, and I feel really like nauseated when he's near me, and I don't know
Yeah.
why, right? And like he does say things like, well, his ears are kind of pointed, and he's got sharp teeth,
He's
and
just
he's
got kind of sharp features. It's like he's described in the book as not having like crazy vampire fangs always, but just having sharper than usual canines.
that hang
And that
over the lips, kind of, yeah, and like his
yeah.
ears are slightly pointed, and he's kind of old, and he has but he's got weird hair on the palms of his hands. And that's kind of odd, and like he's a little off put by that. His breath smells really bad, right? But
Yeah.
he's
He's
number
just a
one,
weird
too
eccentric
polite to
old
say
guy.
anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a weird eccentric old guy. Number one, Harker's too polite to say anything because he's English and he's there on business. And he also, I think, just assumes that he's like some weird inbred aristocrat from Transylvania, which is
Yeah.
like kind of a reasonable thing to assume, right? Like,
And add on top of all of that that his gut instincts and his own sort of superstitious side is screaming at him, but he's too much from the age of reason and everything. He just won't listen to that part of himself.
yeah,
That's very much
exactly.
part of the story. Is that like his gut's telling him this guy's dangerous. That's why you feel ominous and scared when he's around. But he's like, well, I have no reason to. So why,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I wonder
and
why.
then when he lunges at him, when there's blood on his neck, it's like that's when he realizes that something's wrong here, and that's when it's like, oh, there's no way to leave.
Yeah.
And then like very quickly from then on, there's this great moment where he asks him to write letters for him, and it becomes clear. So Dracula tells him to write 3 letters back home, and Harker kind of deduces that he's been reading his outgoing letters. You know what I mean? So he
Well, he
can't
sees
write.
that like the letters, the envelopes are so thin that if he holds them up to the light, he'll be able to read the letter, basically, right?
Yeah. And so like Harker, because he's smart, and Dracula, because he's also smart, was one of the best things about the book is how smart all the characters are. Harker's like, oh man, I can't tell anyone what's happening here because he's clearly going to read my letters
Yeah,
before they go out, and so I
and
can't even let Mina know that I'm in danger. All that
yeah,
sort of stuff.
and when he asks what should I date what how when like how should I date the letters, right? Because and Dracula explains it away by saying, well, it's post is very sporadic, It's difficult to get letters through sometimes. So what we'll do is we'll just write them preemptively and date them, predate them, so that way we can send them on those days, and your friends and your family, they won't be concerned about where you are, because you
Yeah.
will just. And so Harker kind of goes like, okay, well, what dates should I do? And he gives him 3 dates, and the last date he produces is like, well, okay, so that's a dangerous day. Like I
Yes.
think he says like I now know the span of my own life, which is like
Yeah.
he deduces correctly that he is like that's the end of his journey here, right? And so he has to figure something out by then,
Before then,
to
exactly.
get out. Um,
And there's a really nice slow build because at first, like you said, it's like, okay, we know because he's a vampire that he's not eating because he doesn't eat human food, right? Because he's
yeah,
feasting on the blood of the living and all that sort of fun stuff. But when he gets there and he's like, oh, I already ate and it's late, but I wanted you to have some food and I can talk to you, hang out with you, keep you company after your long journey, all that sort of stuff. And then we build and we build and we build. And then the mirror thing at first is just like, oh, maybe I just didn't see him in the mirror, but he seems to hate mirrors. That's weird, but maybe he's just eccentric. And then as things go on, it becomes more and more ominous. Like eventually there's a moment where he sees Dracula, or he believes he sees Dracula scaling the castle wall, like climbing down like a lizard. And
yeah,
he's like, what the fuck? And then it's so outlandish that he's like, did I dream that? What the fuck? Because also he has no one around to talk to. And so like he's been trapped there in isolation for a while. So you know, I feel like the story does a good job of justifying how someone could believe they imagined that.
yeah. A lot of it. There's also another big thing that they bring up, or that he brings up in his journal entries, is he's not sure if the fact, because like he's being kept up all night consistently until dawn talking to Dracula, and he's sleeping during the day, and
Yeah,
he's like, I
that's throwing him
this is
off.
throwing me off. Like, I don't like this. My sleep schedule is going through this really unnatural change, and things are kind of suspicious, but I can't, like, my head is kind of foggy. I can't tell what's real sometimes and what's not. He's
Yeah.
not sure if the isolation and the foreign food and everything is kind of getting to him a little bit. And it's it's interesting, it's good, it
Yeah.
works. And then he
There's a
eventually,
lot of
because he's a
subtlety.
smart person, he starts investigating, and like he starts piecing things together. He manages to sneak out of his room, and he's like, well, I mean, if he can climb down the wall, then maybe I can too. And he does, right? Like he
Hmm.
manages to pull that off, and he starts figuring things out, and he ends up out like try it. There's one part too where he realizes that the count's reading his letters, so he tries to send one out to Mina in shorthand, which he knows she'll be able to read, but that should confuse Dracula. But in order to try to hide it a little bit, he sends it out with another letter to his boss that's actually signed, that's more innocuous, right? That's just basically
Yeah.
explaining like, hey, I'm doing the business, this is doing the business you sent me here for. This is what's going on, I'll be back soon, that kind of thing. And then he sends Mina a shorthand note, or tries to, and Dracula comes in because he's a smart character too, and he goes, well, this one, clearly, to Peter Hawkins. You signed it, so it must be from you, which you are my guest, and everything you send is sacred to me. So of course I will send this one as well. Because in this one, and he pulls out the other and looks at the symbols, and he gets really mad because he can't read it and he knows it's code. As well,
Mm.
it's not signed, and it's written in this stupid language that this can't mean anything to us, obviously. And so he burns it in front of
Yeah.
Parker, which
And
is
that's when he's like, just kind of showing his dominance over him at that point. Yeah.
yeah.
It's good. Like,
There's a lot of
all of
really
that,
great stuff in this book, man. That
there's
is
so much good stuff.
completely wasted.
And a lot of it is a subtle, slow build. So by the end, like, how many people in the book do our characters even see Dracula or a vampire kill explicitly? It's like maybe two or three in a very long book.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it takes a long time in a good way, I think, for our characters to finally realize what we're dealing with here. Because Van Helsing in the book is like he's the first person to be like, I think I know what's going on here, but we're gonna need some proof first. You know what I mean? I don't want to tell these other people because I don't want to freak them out.
Yeah.
Like I need to, you know, like and there's a lot of like trust me. Like, do you trust me? Then listen to me and do what I say. It'll all make sense in time.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot
they
more of
actually
like, I'm going to show you, because if I don't show you, you won't believe me. Right?
yes.
So we have to try this first. And
Yeah.
it's going to sound crazy, but we're doing it, and then I'll tell you why when
hmm
it works, right?
And one of the things I really like about the book is how likable and earnest all the characters other than Dracula are. They're
Yeah,
very earnest, good-natured people who actually seem to really like each other and care about each other. And that kind of that those relationships just don't show up in the 31 movie.
they're
They're not really
they're not in
people.
the Coppola movie either,
No,
but
they're inverted in the Coppola movie in a lot of
which I
ways.
hate. But we'll get into.
I we'll talk about it. Is there anything else we should mention about this movie before we move on?
There's really not much going on,
It's
honestly.
it's it's pretty thin. Everything's very surface level. There is a vampire who was brought over here with the help of a crazy guy who he made into his disciple, and now he's attacking folks. And they're like, "Oh man, there's a vampire!" And they're like, "Vampire? That's silly." It's like, "Nope, look, it's a vampire." And they're like, "Oh, I guess it is. We got to stop him." Hey, look, we stopped him. The end. It's a little reductive, but not much,
Not
I would
much. I
say.
mean, like the whole project is a reduction of Dracula, really, right? Like that's
Yeah,
what
but
we're.
even then you could cleave off whole sections from the book and that I would miss, but I feel like everything they kept has also been sanded down.
Oh yeah,
You know, it's not like we took we took like maybe 50% and did it faithfully. It's like we maybe have like 60% of all the beats, but they're all at like just the most surface level read possible. Everything's been simplified. Everything's been like reduced in a way that
yeah.
I don't think is very strong. We've
And
lost all the interest.
and if there was something more interesting happening right in this story in particular, maybe it wouldn't be such a dull kind of viewing experience for me. But like this, what they've the story they've reduced all of this for in service of just doesn't have a lot going on, right? Like
No.
there's not much happening, and it's just it doesn't feel great to watch it. Now, I didn't end up watching this one, but apparently Son of Dracula, which Nikki watched, and she's been loving it, has a lot more. Like it's a little bit more like a soft reboot than it is a threequel. Because even though it is the son of Dracula, they never call him Dracula's son or anything. They just refer to him as Dracula,
Oh, interesting.
which is really interesting. Yeah. And so there's a lot more happening in that movie, plot wise and character wise. There's some manipulation going on. It takes some liberties, but it feels more apparently like it's an attempt at sort of correcting some of the missing pieces that were that are gone, or at least using some of the pieces from the book that are missing from this one in the service of a new Dracula story that they just slapped the name son of on, probably because that was their naming convention at the time.
Yes.
But she's been having a great time with that, and so I've heard that that one is more, at least more interesting, and
Yeah.
has a little bit like the characters are not named the same, but they have some of the same motivations as characters from the book. There you can
Yeah.
kind of see where like certain people come in to play a little bit more.
I'm just
Um,
thinking about how much richer the character work in The Wolfman was, and that's a pretty simple, streamlined story as well.
yeah,
But you actually do get a real sense of who Lon Chaney's character is, and his relationship with his dad, and like what his dad has to go through in order to, you know what I mean? Like there's, I don't know, there's just so much more interesting topics raised and themes and emotions and everything in that movie. This just feels like boilerplate.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a
The
vampire
bare
and he's
minimum.
killing folks, and there are people that are like, "Oh no, a vampire! We gotta stop him." And they
Yeah,
do in the easiest, lamest way possible. It just the ending is awful. It's really lame.
yeah.
I don't really quite understand why this movie was so iconic. I think there's some cool
Uh,
shots, and maybe
there's
it's
some
just
cool shots in Bella Lugosi does have a presence in, especially in this
yeah,
one. You can when he wants to, he can really kind of elevate some I really enjoy his Igor character in the Frankenstein sequels. He's having a great time with that character, and he's really fun to watch. He kind of steals the scenes that he's in because the monster has been reduced a lot to just big walking killing machine. So he's carrying a lot of the villainous lines in the Frankenstein sequels, and it's fun. It's fun to watch. He's got this really just great screen presence, and there are I can see that in this movie, right? I can
yeah,
see how good he is when I'm watching this. It's just he doesn't have a lot to the material gives him almost nothing to work with, and
yeah.
I just don't quite understand or why this one has stood the test of time as much as some of the others, you know? A little.
I feel like what stood the test of time from this movie are a couple images of Bela Lugosi with like the dramatic highlight. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what's actually
probably.
stood the test of time, not really the movie itself or any scenes in particular.
People seem to remember him more than anybody else
Oh,
when they talk
people.
about it.
Okay, the other thing I want to mention because we haven't talked about it yet, and that is the guy. Oh God, Martin, the guy with the really funny accent, who's completely invented for the sake of this
Oh,
movie.
right. Oh, he's
He's fun.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
liked that.
Yeah, he is. He is kind of funny.
That's something, I guess. He's kind of like a comedic relief, I suppose.
Yeah, it feels very like classic stage stuff, right? Like you
Yes.
got to have that lower speaking character who comes in to, give some give some levity to the material.
Someone Art asked if we had covered Van Helsing yet. We haven't. I
We have
would
not,
like
but
to
we will
rewatch.
be doing that because I don't believe you've seen The Mummy, right? 1999.
I have not. No.
Yeah,
But
we'll be watching both of those. That'll be one for the
I
books.
quite love the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movie. It's so much fun. It's that's like perfect camp for me. So I'm very
Yeah,
excited.
it
We'll
was the same
talk about that.
director of The Mummy 99. One of the
Oh, that
same
makes sense.
actors, the guy who plays Igor, is also in The Mummy 99, and he's also my he's also like one of my favorite parts of The Mummy 99. I think he's great. That actor really brings some of that levity, like we're getting from
Yeah.
Martin here. So I'm yeah, we will be doing that art. Don't you worry. Uh,
Last quick note about this movie. I did learn that so there was never a score in the very beginning for budget reasons is what was cited. They just didn't feel like paying for one, it sounds like,
it's
which is pretty funny. Um,
okay. Well, I mean, if the budget is that low that there's no score, that kind of explains some of the lack of or some of like the turnaways to
I
cover.
also think back in the day, they just didn't prioritize that as much. For example, one of the most influential scores in the history of film is the score for the 1933 King Kong by, I believe it's Bernard Herrmann, the guy who did a lot of stuff for Alfred Hitchcock, and his last one was Taxi Driver. Anyway, really talented composer. The studio repurposed that score for several movies following King Kong. Like they're just like, ah, well, we already commissioned that one. Let's just do use that for multiple movies.
That's fun. That's funny because I noticed a similar thing. So I watched the original Boris Karloff, The Mummy, from 1930s. Opens with the Swan Lake song, the same way this does.
Yes,
Exact same way.
yeah, it has a an opening credits title sequence in which a brief piece from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake plays, and then that's it. Not even during the final like title card is there any music. Very
Yeah.
odd, but yes. So
Same piece, yeah, and arrangement for The Mummy. From for this, and The
oh,
Mummy
apparently it
also
was
has no score.
sorry,
Very
it was
little.
Max Steiner who did King Kong. My bad. But
Yeah, no
oh,
Rebellion.
okay. Oh, yeah. So Bernard Herrmann, his first one was the first thing he worked on, I believe, was Citizen Kane, or it was one of those. Yeah, Citizen Kane was the first one Bernard Herrmann did. Sorry, Max Steiner. Thank you, whoever said that in chat. But yes, that's sort of how they treated scores back in the day. It was like something that, like, I don't know if we feel like paying for. It's pretty funny. Um,
And then maybe
and so
maybe we just don't do music for this one. I guess that's
and so, but I did learn that in, I believe, 1988, Universal commissioned Philip Glass to do a score
oh
for
really?
this movie, and that there are DVD versions of this film in which you can find that score. Could not find it anywhere to stream legally online, but it's out there somewhere if you feel like looking for
I
it.
do have the DVD collection of these, but I watched it on Amazon because I can watch Amazon in my living room. So maybe I'll check that out at some point.
Yeah.
See how that is.
Billy just mentioned that a lot of shots are reused here, so low budget makes sense. Yes, they reuse close-up shots of
Yeah, they do.
Bela Lugosi quite a bit. Like Renfield is like looking through the bars out at his master, and they just clearly repurposed Bela Lugosi against a black backdrop for for a few scenes. So there's a little bit of a cheapness that I didn't feel in Frankenstein, for example,
Oh,
which came out.
when the rubber spider crawled up the wall in the castle, I was like, oh, this is what we're doing, huh? Okay.
Yes. The Frankenstein that came out the same year didn't feel nearly as cheap. There were these giant sets and these long tracking shots between them, all that sort
Yeah.
of stuff. But this one's a little more low budget, and I think it shows, especially
Yeah.
in the lack of music. I think music would have really helped. It would have
Speaking
really
of
helped.
budgets, though, we'll swap from a budget so low that they didn't even want to pay for a score to a budget so high that maybe it shouldn't have been. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
All right.
Hmm.
Before we say anything else, I think it needs to be said that it is a bit insulting to call this Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think
Yes, I
I think that
agree.
was a misstep. Imagine, if you will, our friends in the audience, imagine the most unfaithful adaptations of all time. Not saying that this is the most unfaithful, but imagine any of those. Let's say let's just say like Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, for example. If Stanley Kubrick's The Shining had been called Stephen King's The Shining, I feel like that would be an insult to Stephen King to a degree,
A little bit of a
considering
bitch slap, honestly,
just how much
considering.
was changed. I think
And
Coppola's decision to call this Bram Stoker's Dracula is a little like, okay, no, it isn't. You you have a lot of surface level similarities here, but you've like inverted things in a way that I especially don't like. And I feel like you've done quite a bit to try and make Dracula a sympathetic figure, for example, while making a lot of the human characters unsympathetic in a way that I actually think is something of an insult to the book. But
yeah, and
I wouldn't consider it an insult if you didn't go, this is Bram Stoker's Dracula.
yeah, if you just called it Dracula and then did your own thing with it, I mean, we've seen that happen, right?
Yes.
No big deal. I'm not a huge fan of like yeah, I think the book is fantastic and I would like to see a more faithful version of it, not one that
Hmm.
seems to deliberately in the same way almost that Kubrick's version of The Shining kind of deliberately inverts a lot of points from the book. This one seems to sort of do the same. Uh,
Less
it,
successfully,
less
I would
successful.
argue,
Well,
but
I
yes.
would say that I don't like it. I mean, I don't like The Shining the book as much as I like The Shining the movie because I think thematically all the inversions are coherent and they add a lot more depth to the story than Stephen King was able to do. I think this kind of does the opposite, where it sort of melodramatizes the story in a way that removes a lot of the subtlety and the interesting points that I like from the book. So that's one of the reasons why I would say I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, so I'll start with the good as well. So I saw this movie for the first time a couple of years ago before I had read the book, and I liked it more then. Um, that's for sure. I liked it more before I had read the book. Now that I've read the book, don't really like the story much at all. But what I do still appreciate about the movie is it does a lot of very interesting visual things that I've not seen many movies do before or since. He's taken a lot of big swings for the fences in terms of cool visual ideas, like the way he plays with shadows. The whole thing is very over the top and stylized. It's not going for realism. It's going for a very almost gaudy, magical realist sort of, almost like a Guillermo del Toro type movie. Um,
Yeah, I would say Baz Luhrmann a little bit
Well,
more, honestly.
if
But
well, what if Baz Luhrmann and Guillermo del Toro had a baby? Would it be this movie?
yeah, probably that tracks to me. Yeah.
I think there's a lot to admire in isolation, but I don't think the visual style serves the story very well. We'll talk about why that is, but I think there's a lot to appreciate in the sense of like, wow, that's a neat shot. Wow, that's a cool costume. That's a cool creature design. That's a neat visual effect. But I think some of them undermine the story for their over stylized
Yeah.
nature. I
Well,
don't think it does this.
sorry, continue.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, as an adaptation of one of the things that we've praised about the book today, right, is that the thematic journey really that we're going on, right, is a superstitious country has sort of run dry for this vampire, and he's coming to London because it's more into the age of reason, the scientific age of reason that's sort of done away with the superstitions. At least subtly, that's one of the reasons why he's headed this, making this journey. And there are so many decisions being made here where there is no, like, a lot of the horror from what happens with Dracula in the book is that he's doing these things that break the natural order. It's presented in an almost journalistic sense of this is a record, a pieced together collage of how these things happened, and they're so odd and weird that the characters quite often don't believe their own eyes when they see it happening, right? When you with the style that he's chosen for the sets and the way he plays with the shadows and the costume design and the design of the creatures, I'm thinking in particular of like the insane asylum where Renfield is being held.
Yes.
Everything just seems, the world seems crazy and bizarre on its own, to the point where it doesn't feel like the vampire is out of place in this world. It's just
Yes.
like it's not serving that purpose quite, well, for me. It's kind of taking it and doing it in this hyper real style that removes a lot of what I find interesting about the way the book is presented, the way the story is
This is
presented.
almost more how you would shoot a movie where everyone just recognizes that the supernatural already exists.
Yeah.
Kind of like Van Helsing almost.
Yeah, yeah,
Like the
a little bit. Yeah, I think because Van Helsing, I think, owes a lot to this movie visually. I would say there's some stuff here that it really tries to emulate. Like the design of the bat form of Dracula in this
Mhm.
movie is very much like what happened, like what Dracula turns into in Van Helsing, right? Like it's
Yeah.
pretty reminiscent. Um, I just I just don't particularly care for how overtly stylized it is and how strange almost every visual choice is. It's
Yeah.
very unreal, and it just doesn't fit for me. And to take the characters then, like you said, and turn almost all of them into the worst versions of what you might read into the characters from the books being. It's just I find it quite offensive as someone who likes the book, who really likes the book. I find it quite offensive to call this Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think that's, if it was just, a Dracula movie, I still wouldn't like it, but I would like it better, I think, than
Yeah.
if it wasn't purporting to be an accurate rendition of what the book presents.
Yes. I I'm I don't hate the visual style. I admire it for being bold and strange and doing a lot of like double exposures and like playing with shadows. Like, okay, for example, Gary Oldman's Dracula casts a shadow on the wall, but the shadow moves independently of him because they've gone to great lengths to set up the lighting where the light source is actually coming from somewhere different, and there's another actor who's doing that shadow work, moving sort of along with Gary Oldman until there's a break between the two. That's fun. I admire all the work that goes into designing shots like that. I admire a lot of the sort of crazy miniatures and matte paintings and all that sort of stuff. I admire that he's not trying to that in isolation, the idea that movies can look like this and they don't always
Yeah.
have to be hyper realistic is cool.
Yes.
But I don't think it serves this story well, as I've said. I think actually something a bit more grounded serves the story much better. But all that said about the visual style, which is kind of cool in isolation to go, wow, that's a neat shot. It's not my biggest complaint about the movie. The biggest complaint about the movie essentially is that we're rewriting Dracula so that Dracula as a character is a more sympathetic sort of victim of fate, if you will, who we have respect and admiration for to a degree,
Oh
even if we
yeah.
still need to stop him, while all the very earnest human characters are much shittier, to put it
They've removed
bluntly.
a lot of earnestness from quite possibly the biggest sin of the movie is what they do with Lucy. I think
Yes, I
that
agree with that.
fucking infuriates me, considering what the whole point of the Lucy segment in the book is. To take that character, I don't know how you read the book and come away from it thinking of that character this way, unless you are deliberately trying to undermine what the book has to say. It almost feels like a little bit of contempt for the material at points, and
At certain points, I would agree.
yeah,
Yes, there's definitely a sort of like, so Dracula as a book, there's a lot of good human characters who are doing their best to deal with this insane situation, fight against something that is evil,
a
right?
primordial evil, yeah, like
Yes.
almost like a devil incarnate, you'd call it.
And the movie is more like, oh, what if the villain was actually just more of a tragic figure and all the people were actually kind of fucked up? There's this mucking about trying to almost like, I don't know. There's something very modern about it in a way that I don't like
Yeah,
this tendency. Well, there's a lot to say about the movie, but one thing you could definitely say about it is that it's incredibly horny.
yeah,
This is a
dude,
this is
it
a
is. He
this is
is
a very
so horny. He had his dick in his hand the whole time he was shooting
yes.
most of this. Like it
Yes.
is insane the level of sex that he decides to throw into this. I mean,
Yes. He
down
had
to the
his
point where Jonathan Harker gets blood drained out of his dick. Like,
yes.
oh
Yeah.
god.
It's an incredibly horny, debaucherous, um perverted, for lack of a better word, like version of the Dracula story. It's Dracula filtered through a pervert.
It's a
Um,
little bit like somebody who like he kind of read the book and then read a bunch of essays about how the book is actually a commentary on Victorian sexuality, and without diving any deeper into that, he just went, "Yeah, I know sex," and made the movie. Like,
Flannel McManel says Ham Stoker's Dracula. Yes.
yes.
He had his hand down his pants the entire shoot. I'm pretty sure of it. Um, so everything just speaks
Gorilla gripping
to,
that thing.
yeah, I don't know. And I feel like it is kind of antithetical to the book in many respects and what the book is actually about and what vampires represent in the book and all that sort of fun stuff. And I do think that is actually a greater sin than Keanu Reeves' terrible accent, which I suppose we
Which
could
is
talk about
also,
now.
yeah,
It's hilariously bad.
it's
It's great.
like not only can he barely deliver a line believably to save his life, the accent is atrocious. I think it's voted as like number one of like the top 10 worst accents ever put to film. and
It's pretty high up there.
it's
Yeah.
got to be pretty high up there. And I think like in that list that I found, Winona Ryder's from this movie is like at number 8. So like you're two for two, 2 out of 10 in one
Yeah.
movie. Yeah, it's
His
pretty
accent is
impressive.
his accent is so bad that people give Winona Ryder a pass when she doesn't really deserve the pass. And his accent is so bad that people give Gary Oldman's bad Transylvanian accent a pass when he doesn't really
Absolutely,
deserve it.
also does not deserve it. Yeah.
He's a talented actor for sure. He can, deliver a line better than Keanu Reeves in this film.
I know
But
where the bastard sleeps.
his accent is also not great. But yes, Keanu Reeves is by far the worst performance in the movie. Um, I know where the bastard sleeps. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's
Wolves
fun.
chasing me through some bloody blue inferno.
Wolves chasing me through some bloody blue inferno. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, so
Yeah.
to get into like the first big change, because it is immediate that we have changed something in the movie as soon as we jump in. The backstory for Dracula, in this movie, which is the opening sequence, is that he was part of an order of Christian knights who was sworn to defend the Christendom from
In the Crusades. Yeah.
from Muslims. Noble, good for you. But so he goes to do that, and he does it pretty good in a very strange way, I would say, thematically, because he's got this sort of like this set of armor that looks like a flayed demon.
It looks like muscle, like in an anatomy textbook. If you like remove the skin, what a person would like if they were all just covered in muscle like that, like they've been skinned
Yeah,
alive. That's what his armor looks like,
with a
which
helmet
is
that has like devil horns, like large devil
yes.
horns, which is kind of crazy to be like, oh yeah, no, that guy was the defender of the church, a sworn defender of the church, and this is the ceremonial thing that he would wear. I okay,
Yeah,
I
it doesn't work. It's cool in isolation.
yeah, it's like it's
It's a
kind
cool
of neat
design.
looking in isolation. I like for a '90s movie. I'm not a huge fan of it necessarily because it also does kind of look very plastic. But it's neat. If it was in a video game, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe not one that my character would wear, but not bad. But so as he's going and doing it, uh, his the angry Turks shoot an arrow through the window of a castle. This arrow has a message on it that says, "Hey, by the way,
We
Winona
killed your
Ryder,
husband.
we killed your
Yeah.
husband, and we're coming for you next." And she takes this at face value and just jumps out the window and kills herself. So when he gets home, he's really
He's
mad
dead.
at God.
Mm-hmm.
He's so mad, in fact, that God would let this happen to him as the defender of his church that he immediately renounces him and stabs a cross with his sword. The whole church then begins to bleed, and when he drinks the blood, he then becomes the vampire.
Now, a couple things to say right off the bat. I have no sympathy anymore with the challenge of adapting such a big book if you're going to add things that aren't in it. All right?
Yeah,
So, if you spend time on a prologue sequence that isn't in the book at all, you've lost my sympathy in the oh, well, there's just so much to cram into a movie department. Um so that's out the window. We're already inventing things. The very first thing. I just to agree with you really quick. The idea that he's dressed as a weird flayed demon for his battle in the Crusades is very strange. The idea that he's been shown impaling a bunch of people because he read somewhere that the Dracula is based on Vlad the Impaler, which is kind of a thin connection at best. I would say there's something there, but it's not as big as this movie presents it as. He's
yeah.
trying to make that connection to show that he's learned on the topic, I would say. So he gets mad at God for letting her die instead of, the Turks who convinced her to kill
Yeah,
herself. There's
yeah.
that. There's the fact that he stabs a stone cross and blood comes out. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that's a thing. And also the idea that he essentially is the first vampire? Question mark. Like he like made himself. He wasn't just made into a vampire in a long line of vampires stretching back into prehistory, which is sort of the implication of most vampire
Yeah.
stories. I don't quite like that choice either.
Well,
Um,
as in the book, they're from a part of the world that has been notoriously difficult for foreign invaders to get there, and he claims descendancy from Vikings, who he calls werewolves. Like it alludes to the slaughter wolf thing, right? From history, he alludes to a descendancy from Attila the Hun. So playing off of that European fear, right? Yeah, pretty
yes.
interesting stuff. And the Magyars and a bunch of other historically, especially for Victorian England, um, shockingly violent tribes and cultures. He
Yeah.
alludes to being sort of like a mix of all of that, and that he, was raised in that basically like this is just what they were like, right? Like the
Hmm.
nobles of that particular group, this is what they were, right? And so to kind of get rid of that, and let's break down the process of how he becomes the first vampire here real quick. He comes home to God's church that is apparently very important, because as soon as he stabs one of the most important ones, because as soon as he stabs the cross, it immediately, like, God's paying immediate attention, like, uh-oh, what the fuck happened here? Oh,
Yeah.
what's going on? So he comes home to God's church. He says, I renounce God, and stabs the image of his faith that he has renounced with a sword, which then bleeds with magic blood that makes him into a demon,
That he
that
drinks
he
first of
drinks
all.
to make him into a demon, essentially.
I don't know if any of that really follows from his essential core character motivation here, which is just that he's mad at God for letting Mina die. Like, why
Yeah.
does he drink the blood that pours out? I don't quite
Is
understand
this
that.
it, like, and why why would that work? Is what I want to like.
I don't know,
Wouldn't
man.
there be like a pact with the devil, maybe, that, like, if we were going to go this route, would we not do that somewhere, like, oh, a witchcraft type thing? If we want to do like, maybe like a Tim Burton Sleepy Hollow kind of,
If
kind
he,
of
if he's seeking immortality and then like the price he pays for it is, that he's a creature of the night and all that sort of stuff, like, but he wants to live forever, that could be an angle in terms of how one like willingly becomes a vampire. If it's not just he's sired by someone else,
yeah.
if he's going to be the first one, the origin of, or maybe he's not the first one ever in this story, but he definitely causes himself to be a
Yeah,
vampire.
it's a
You know what I mean?
self-origination, and the symbology behind this scene, just it's fucking incoherent. It doesn't make any sense how this happens, but as soon as it does, scene's over, and we're just moving forward to the Dracula story. So we just
Yeah.
kind of have to go, all right, uh cool.
But one thing it seems to be most intent on establishing is that he's something of a tragic figure, which I'm
Yeah.
already not a huge fan of, but there's going to be even worse evidence of that later. Basically, he was just so sad that his beloved died that he, yelled against God, and who hasn't ever done that before in their life, and that's what made him into a vampire. And it's like, later in the movie, he's just going to be killing people indiscriminately, but we're still going to have this attitude that like he's something of a victim in all of
Yeah,
this, and I
I
don't
mean,
quite appreciate it.
it's a little bit, I mean, it's an adolescent reaction, right? Like, this feels like a movie made for an edgy teenager who's like,
A
well,
little bit, yeah.
if God wouldn't let my girlfriend die if he loved me, so, like, I renounce him because this happened, right?
Yes.
Like, it is insane. It's Kylo Ren. This is some Kylo Ren levels of
It
immaturity. Like, he
is.
might as
Oh,
well have just smashed
his helmet,
his
yeah.
helmet or the control room with his lightsaber in a fit of temper tantrum because he didn't get his way, which is not the best way to get me to be sympathetic to the character you clearly identify with more than the
I don't,
humans.
you gotta do more than in a moment of doubt and anger is yelling at God for, you know, letting evil happen in the world, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, that's enough, and now he's a vampire now. Like, surely there has to be a bit more deliberateness in like what he's willing to do in order to become a vampire.
Yeah.
I, like, you know what I mean? That he's willing to kill someone, or that he's seeking eternal life, or he's seeking power, or something like that.
Yeah, like it's not. I don't like it. I don't like it. And Daily Dose. So Daily Dose in the chat, we actually, my brother and I talked about this as the movie was happening. He looked over at me and said, "Yeah, I didn't think anything could make me appreciate the origin story of Dracula Untold, but here we are." This one, Dracula Untold's origin story does it better. Unironically, you are
Can
correct.
you describe it in brief? Because I have not seen that film.
Uh, I think. Wait, maybe I'm thinking. Is Dracula Untold the one where he's Judas? I can't remember. That's I think Dracula 2000. But let me find it real quick.
I think Dracula Untold's like when he's in the Crusades or something, right?
Yeah, let me find it real quick. Um, so that I'm not stepping all over it. Um,
Anyway, how you guys doing?
he makes okay. The Turks. So in Dracula Untold, the Turks demand a sacrifice or an offering of 1,000 of his country's boys, including his own son, to like basically serve in the Turks' army. But so he makes a deal with a monster that will help him to defeat the Turks, but to keep his humanity. So that
There you go.
unironically creates
Yes.
a much more
Yes.
sympathetic. Yeah,
He makes the deal with the devil for power.
yeah, and 2000 is Judas, which I like honestly like I prefer that than this over this. Like he's just
He's just literally Judas.
yeah, he's
That's
just
fun.
literally Judas, which like fine, dude, like cool. I don't care. Works for me.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kyle R, for mentioning this. He says, "I love this version, but an attempt to a sympathetic backstory for Dracula and the Mina romance in quotes angle. Thank you for putting it in quotes. Clashes horribly with the original story." Yes, a note about that. One thing this movie does that I think a number of adaptations do for some reason is have it be that he lost his beloved, and then Mina reminds him of his beloved. Literally in this movie, his wife back in the Crusades is played by Winona Ryder. And weirdly, like the head of his court who's trying to tell him, like, hey, don't stab the cross, that's bad, that's Anthony Hopkins. So it's like, what
Yeah.
are we doing?
What are we doing? Is this a
It's a strange
resurrection
choice.
thing?
Well, it's almost more of a reincarnation thing.
Yeah.
That's the implication, is that later, hundreds and hundreds of years later, Dracula will encounter Mina, who of course looks exactly like his
Elizabetha,
wife,
his beloved.
and he's enamored with her. And because he has this sort of, animal magnetism, hypnotism ability, she falls in love with him, but she loves him a bit away, an inappropriate amount, I think, in this
She
story.
actually ends.
It's
Okay,
bad. We'll get to it.
we'll get to it because I want to talk like so. We open essentially with Renfield, who again in this one, right? Like after we're done with this opening scene, we get Renfield first in this bizarro world asylum where like, and this is something that I was just really off put by, right? Is that it's shot a little bit like a Terry Gilliam movie. You know, like it
Yes.
felt like Brazil or
Very
Fear and
wide
Loathing.
angle lenses
Wide
and
angle
stuff like that.
lenses to make things look weird. The costume design is very bizarre and strange. So like Renfield has these little devices on his hands, like holding his fingers up or something. Like they like a hacker man glove basically. And I don't know what purpose they're serving other than like he must have thought they looked kind of neat. And I was just like okay. But so Renfield has been to Transylvania before. Another thing that the book did, this is taken clearly more from the 1931 movie than it is from the book. But Renfield went to Transylvania and then was sent back as a crazy person to be put in the asylum for some reason.
It makes even less sense than the 31 version.
It makes even less sense, especially because by the end he doesn't do anything to help Dracula from his position.
Yeah,
like at all. So what was the point?
it's pretty worthless, I would say. It's weird for the sake of weird. It doesn't establish anything. It doesn't even tell us much about Dr. Seward's character. Yes, Renfield was the first person to go all the way to Transylvania on behalf of the law office in order to help Dracula with his plans of buying property in London, and then somehow, not clear how, he ends up back in London as a crazy person. Did he not help Dracula? Was it like a they didn't like each other? What
Well,
is?
and so the plan for Dracula, like we've talked about from the book, is that he's moving to London to sort of have a new hunting ground and start like you basically just look at all the cultural movements are sort of coalescing to make this the perfect place for him to be able to start a new a fresh hunt, right? A new time, a new era for Dracula. The plan in this one seems sort of to be like that, I think, because when Harker gets there, points out that there are 10 places that he's bought all across the UK around London. But it seems really like Dracula's motivation for moving there doesn't really start until he notices a portrait of Mina on the table, and it's like, oh, that looks just like Elizabeth. Okay, now I've
Let's
gotten.
go there
Yeah,
and
let's
find
go.
my
Now
new
let's go and
Elizabeth.
find my new Elizabeth. So like, it's very confused and confused. And when Harker makes mention of the 10 different places that he bought in London, that's the last time we'll hear about that particular plot point.
Yes.
It's gone.
Yes.
So why
Because
did he
now,
buy 10 different places across London? Who fucking cares? He's there for Mina. That's why he's there.
yeah, his initial plan to just go to London and wreak havoc is now, ooh, I'll go to London and wreak havoc, but really, I just want to find this new Elizabeth and make her love me, I guess.
And also to wreak havoc, kind of, because like we wouldn't have a
And
real
also,
Dracula
with
story without him just wreaking
wreaking
havoc for
havoc. Yeah.
some, for a little bit of fun, right?
Yes. It's strange. It's a
Yeah,
strange new motivation, but yes. So once we've established that Renfield had already gone to Transylvania, like Jonathan Harker is about to, except that something didn't go right apparently, and he's crazy and he's obsessed with Dracula now. Now we follow Jonathan, and he is on his way to go do the exact same thing, but for real this time, I guess.
yeah.
So he is traveling, and we get some.
Oh, and he's only being sent there because Renfield came back, right? It's not like so. In the way it
Yeah.
is in the book is that he asks Peter Hawkins, the older solicitor, to come to him. He can't do it, but he sends Jonathan, who he views as his own adopted son. That's the that's basically that's why he does. He's like, oh well, I'm gonna take him under my wing. He's my gonna take over my business. He'll eventually in the book end up giving him his money and his company. So like that's setting him up. He's trying to get him the experience, so he sends him off for that. And like when he shows up, he's the one who needs to be there to do all the business. In this one, Renfield was sent first, was there for an unspecified amount of time, came back crazy, and I guess having failed at the ability to just like go
Stamp
over the
some paperwork.
papers, like
Yeah,
stamp the paperwork and dot the I's and cross the T's. And so now they're sending Harker there instead
because
because
the first one didn't work for whatever reason.
and so then now we're getting our first taste of the Baz Luhrmann style, where we've kind of got this weird montage of really interestingly painted matte painting and miniature set overlaid with like evil purple eyes watching him from the sky as the train goes by, and he's voicing the journal entry, which is
And his
another
bad
huge in
accent.
his bad accent, which is a huge mistake because it's Keanu Reeves, and he can like even when he's not doing an accent, he's not great at line delivery. He's never that's never been his strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's on his this is his worst he's this is the worst he's ever been. So
Yeah.
like it's a bad combination of things. And we're like, ooh, there's a spooky, ominous thing looming over him already, I guess. Like I did like, it's all vibes.
Where he's gone is just fucking like bizarre. It's so it's just like he's entered. He might as well have
Bizarro
just
land.
entered the Bizarro land. He entered the warp, He's here being corrupted by the forces of chaos, and this
Yes.
is where we're going. You know. Uh, so we get the scene where he gets to the Borgo Pass and Dracula pulls up on the in this one too. None of the villagers attempt really to dissuade him from going. They don't try to like trick Dracula by racing to the point and being like, "Hey, he's not here yet. He's late. He probably won't be coming tonight. You should come with us to the next town." So they don't do any of that. They just drop him off and leave. And then Dracula pulls up and does this weird thing where his arm, like Freddy Krueger's out, and grabs him and pulls him in, and he just kind of goes like, "Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Okay. And
whatever."
that's one of the first major missteps in the whole movie, right? Because any sense of subtlety is gone. So he's going there to meet someone who he just thinks is a count in a remote area of Eastern Europe. And then what shows up is someone that looks like they're a xenomorph on a on a
He's
freaking
wearing, oh my
carriage.
god, I forgot he's wearing this crazy helmet.
Like a bird mask helmet, but when he first shows up and he's just perfectly silhouette with like a big blinding light behind him, he just looks like a xenomorph to me.
Yeah.
And he pulls up and he's like, "Are you Count Dracula?" And then a giant Freddy Krueger hand reaches out, grabs him, and like puts him in. And Harker just goes like, "Ooh, this is a little weird." And it's like, okay, so
Whoa.
we've already blown all the subtlety, all the sort of like ramping up of spookiness. It's gone already. And something spooky has happened and he hasn't reacted the way he should. And we're like, we just started, guys. What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
we're already
why
done.
is your carriage driver wearing this giant crazy bird mask? Why is he reaching out with his weird demon hand? Why don't you seem to care about any of this, Keanu? What is happening? And so eventually he gets to the castle, right? And Dracula is straight out of the gate the weirdest motherfucker you've ever seen. Like
You'll
every
see it show up on screen as the trailer goes through. Like we watch his shadow like ring wraith along the wall, and then he's just standing there with his lantern, giving him this crazy look, and nothing, no reaction. Am I just
no.
meant to assume that this is just what like this is not the first time he's seen something like this happen? Like here it is,
Exactly.
there it goes, it's going right now.
Ex-
Boom, there we go. I,
yeah.
like is it like it's not again, it's not subtle, and if he was the Jonathan Harker from the book, who's very observant and is writing all of this down, right? He would notice that the shadow is acting strange compared to the dude. Like,
Yeah. Like and to be clear, Keanu Reeves can clearly see all of that.
yeah,
Not every time, but at least this time. And he's just totally
I'm here to help you, Count Dracula.
yeah. And then we get the same line from the 30s movie that is not in the book, where he goes like when he prepares a meal for him, and he's like, "Oh, aren't you gonna join me?" And he's like, "No, I have already dined, and also I don't drink wine."
Wine.
It's annoying in both movies. Stop it. It's not clever. It's weird. Dracula wouldn't say that because like that's a weird thing to say it like that. To go like, "Oh, I don't drink wine."
He's not
Wink.
trying to give away the fact that he's a vampire from this point. Like that's
No.
not that's not his goal. But like
Well, yes.
you could be forgiven for thinking that that's exactly what he's trying to do in this movie. He's basically just like, I'm a vampire.
Yeah, and so I suppose what you're primed for is this movie's going to be camp ridiculousness the whole time, and it's like, well, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I suppose that could have some appeal for people. I mean, this movie is very divisive. Some people are like, I can't believe this movie was a flop. This movie's a masterpiece. And everyone else is like, movie's a mess. It's
Yeah.
tonally all over the place. Very strange. It's very indulgent. It's hard to really. The problem with things being so camp, like for example, that Gary Oldman's Dracula is just the most obviously suspicious person you've ever met in your entire life, doing wacky, ridiculous, crazy things and being very wink wink, I'm a vampire. and Jonathan Harker just doesn't notice because he's stupid, it's hard to really be invested in Jonathan Harker's story.
Well, that's good because this movie's not about Jonathan Harker at all. He is not a
Barely, yeah.
character.
He disappears, thankfully, for a while. Yes, but the basic. This has more superficially in common with the Bram Stoker book, except that everything is different and wrong.
Yeah.
Like it's like obviously Jonathan Harker is the one here, which is unlike the 31 movie, and he's here and he's here to help him with buying these estates and all that stuff. But then right away, Dracula's like, "Oh, why don't you stay here for like a month?" And he's
Yeah.
like, a
Must I
month?"
say so long?
And he's like, "I insist." It's like, "Oh, I guess I'm his prisoner now." And then boom, he's just immediately, "I guess I'm stuck here." Like that's it. Like where did all of the subtlety go? Where did all the
Well,
like
speaking of the superficial stuff in common as well. So one of the things that happens in the book when they're riding to the castle is that the Dracula, who's the driver, right, but he's in disguise.
yeah.
Parker doesn't really know that. Keeps stopping because there are blue will-o'-the-wisps that are popping up on either side of the carriage, and he goes out to the will-o'-the-wisps and starts like arranging stones out there on them until they disappear, right? And the blue fire shows up in this one, but it shows up at the gate of the castle first of all, which is in the book they end up describing that like, oh well, the will-o'-the-wisps are the souls of the ancient dead warriors who died protecting this land from the Turks, and a lot of the money that they like that their families had were buried in the soil out there. And so wherever the will-o'-the-wisps show up, that's where their possessions are buried. And he says that he's going out to dig them up, but he watches them rearrange the stones because he's basically building memorials for his fallen comrades. Base essentially is what's
Yes.
going on. In this one, it's just there. There's just a blue fire that they ride through.
And then later he'll be like, "I drove through that blue inferno," and it's like,
That's it, and that's like it's never explained what it is. They don't like it. It has. It's clearly not the same thing that it is the from the book. So
yeah.
like it's there, and if you know the book, you kind of like okay, well yeah, like it's not a very important detail, but you didn't even take any of it except the fact that it's there.
You put some weird sort of CGI blue visual effect there, but didn't tell us what it was or why it was there, what it has to do with anything. You might as well not have had it at all. Frankly,
Yeah,
why? What you didn't do anything with it. It's just weird for the sake of weird,
yeah.
essentially. Yeah, so pretty instantly Dracula's like, "Oh, by the way, why don't you stay here for a whole month? I insist." And it's like, "Oh no, now I'm his prisoner." And so at one point he's like wandering through the castle and he finds a bed and he's like, "That's weird." He sits down on it and oh my gosh,
Oh
three
my God,
of
Monica
Dracula's
Bellucci
wives.
comes out with her tits out.
Yeah.
Thanks,
And
Francis. You really make and all of a sudden we're back in the movie. Now we got a movie.
and so they're like like climbing all over him and he's like, "Whoa." He's got this
Whoa, dude. I'm gonna bust.
but then it it ends with like the implication that she like bites his dick.
They bite him all over. They bite him all over, and then like the last one, she gets him hard and then bites his dick.
And then we cut away and it's like, "Oh, what are we doing? That's not in the
That's
that's
yeah.
not in the book."
So how he is introduced to the women in the book is Dracula tell, and this he says it in the movie too. He's like, don't if you go anywhere out in the castle, don't go to sleep out there. You're safe in this room. Don't go to sleep anywhere else in the castle. So that's in the thing. He says you'll have bad dreams. There's old memories everywhere. But what he means is his wives go out at night, and if he's anywhere that like they've told like he's that if he is anywhere that Dracula has told his wives not to go that they can go to, they will kill him. Right? That's basically what he's saying. So because he's a human being in the book, he goes out there and he's like, you know what, I don't. Out of defiance for the fact that I'm a prisoner, I'm gonna fall asleep on this couch in this room that's not mine, right?
It's something he can control and something he can do to not
Yeah,
feel like he's just trapped by Dracula
yeah.
doing whatever he tells him to do.
And
Yeah.
so he falls asleep and they show up. He thinks he's dreaming because he's sort of in a trance. They've hypnotized him a little bit. And they go to bite him, and Dracula shows up and goes, "Get the fuck away from him. I told you not to."
Mm-hmm.
And he exerts his power. He's terrifying. He freaks Jonathan out. And then he feeds his wives a child, a baby that he has kidnapped.
Yes. That
But
happens
that
in
happens in the
this
movie.
too, but after the sexual part that he couldn't help but include, of course.
Yeah, because like and Harker is terrified of what almost happened and then starts taking more precautions to save himself from these later on.
Yes.
Right? So that's a clue that something is wrong to him.
Yeah.
And he starts looking for proof that it really happened and it wasn't just a dream, and lo and behold he finds it. Like
Yes.
what Keanu does is just keep tooling around, acting like everything's normal.
Essentially. And then the woman like seduce him. He's like, whoa. And then he's like, get away from him, you ladies. Here's a baby to eat. And he's like, oh my goodness, that's pretty horrifying. But he's not really as horrified as he should be, frankly. And then
He
later in
kind
the
of looks up at them and goes ah, and then like lies back down, which is a really funny performance, like very campy,
funny,
but it's not
yes.
good.
And later in the movie, it annoys me. Van Helsing, who's a very earnest and kind person in the book, and will be like, Jonathan, during your infidelity with his wives, did you drink of their blood? And it's treated like he cheated on her. It's like, why are we inventing that? I feel like we're inventing that partly because Mina is gonna have a love affair with Dracula, and we're sort of being like, well, he technically cheated too, so it's all kind of fine.
Yeah, well,
Or
and
whatever.
it's playing up this like this idea from the book where Harker writes it down, right, that he like wanted the woman to kiss him, right?
Yeah.
Because he was under a hypnotic influence, which is a very different thing than what happens here. Like,
But even still, even in this movie,
yeah,
it's
even in this
weird
movie,
for
it's
him to
weird because
describe it
he's
as that.
yeah, because
Yeah.
he's not doing it on purpose. You know,
Yeah.
he doesn't
I don't
know
know.
they're there until
Yeah.
they pop out, and he's like, "Oh, oh, oh."
Just yeah, the whole thing. It's
I,
just I hate what we're doing with these characters. There are far worse examples coming, but it's just we're laying weird groundwork already. And then I'm pretty sure like we see Dracula climbing down the wall, but that's about it. That's all we get of that. It's just kind of that happens in the movie, so it happens here. But we lose anything that related to the effect it has on Jonathan or anything of that sort. And then we cut back to England, and Mina's like dealing with Jonathan being gone longer than expected. And he's like, he wrote me this letter, but it was very curt. I don't understand. It's not like him. And then we're introduced to her relationship with Lucy. So another thing we invent for the movie that is not really in the book at all, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, is that she establishes that, oh, Jonathan doesn't like me spending time with Lucy because she's a rich aristocrat, and he thinks if I spend time with Lucy, then I won't be happy in our like middle class life.
not in the book.
Didn't
Don't
think
know
so.
where the fuck that came from. They are like roughly in the same social class. It's just that like
Lucy's a bit wealthier,
yeah,
yeah, because
but she lives
is
alone with her mom. Like
yeah.
she's doesn't
I
have
don't
this
know.
big family estate. They
There's
like
we've invented a weird class divide between them, and then everything they're gonna do with Lucy makes her into this like rich bitch who's leading on like three different people at once
well,
and
and
isn't faithful to any of them
she's just
and
like
is
a horn
spoiled.
dog. Like
Yes.
she's just trying to fuck, and she's like
Yes.
that's her whole. She's basically basically like Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin is
Yeah.
kind of what we're doing with her.
Yes. And so we established that Lucy has three suitors. One is a rich man, played by Carrie Elways, whose name I can't remember. Is it Arthur?
His name is Arthur, yeah, and like
Yes.
Carrie Elways, I don't like this casting choice here. Not that I
No.
don't like Carrie Elways, I think he's
Good in some things
he's
for
good in
sure.
some things, but in this one, for whatever reason, he gives Arthur this smarmy
Probably
like
because he was told to by the
yeah,
director,
probably, but
because
he's
all of these characters are made to be like
the worst version.
gross.
Yeah,
Yes. And so he's kind of smarmy and upper class and like kind of a dick now. Um, and anyway, so he's one of the suitors. Another of the suitors is a Texan with a very bad Texas accent. You can't even get that right. Um, and then there's Dr. Seward, who has a weird, creepy goatee, and
and
we'll
he's a
find
drug
out.
addict. We'll
And
find
he's a
out.
drug addict, even though that's not in the book either. But
So
like,
to be fair, what happens in the book is that after Lucy rejects his proposal, he's having difficulty sleeping at the at his asylum that's under his control, and so he takes some sleeping medicine for a couple of nights, and then he says something about writes something about how like, well, if I can't sleep tonight, I'm just gonna shoot up again, basically, and then he goes, you know what, that's not worthy of me, and it's not fair to Lucy. Lucy would not that's not the kind of person that
I've
Lucy
wanted me.
knows me to be and would have wanted me to be. She's a good person. If not for my own sake, for her sake as a friend, I should just quit it and cut it
Yeah.
out. And he does because he's a good, first off, because Lucy is not just like some Victorian slut who's leading them on. They're not all just horny teenage boys trying to fuck the popular girl with a rich mom. She is a good person who is inspiring the best in all three of these people because she is a she's a young girl. She likes
Mhm.
the attention, but she understands that she shouldn't be
She's
mean
gonna
to
have to
these
break
people.
the heart of two of them, and
Yeah,
she feels bad about
she
it.
feels really bad about it. Yeah, she
Yeah.
stops writing at multiple points because she's breaking down that she had to let these people who she really cares for know that they weren't the one for her.
Yeah.
And she doesn't lead them on when they come to try to help her when she gets sick. They are
No.
there genuinely out of concern, and she's overwhelmed with affection because they are genuinely concerned. This
Yeah.
is a little bit like a very little bit like the Galadriel thing, from Lord of the Rings is what it reminded me of a bit, right? Because Galadriel in Lord of the Rings, the original, for some reason these like modern writers just can't wrap their head around the idea that anybody would be devoted to a beautiful woman for any other reason than that they want to fuck her.
Yeah.
And Galadriel's, turn into being the worst version of herself in Rings of Power kind of mirrors this one a little bit. It's not as extreme, maybe, but it's infuriating to watch and to
Yeah.
see this character do what they to do what they did with her. It
Yeah.
really pisses.
Yeah, no, I agree, because essentially, like, when she's gonna be sick later, eventually it'll be revealed that Dracula is like draining her blood. Of course, that's what happens in the book as well. But then, like, one of them who isn't the one she agreed to marry will like come to visit and check on her, and she's like, "Kiss me," and then they do, and then like ever, it's like he read Dracula and he's like, ah, what if everyone was cheating on each other the whole time? Like, why? Why would you? Why? Why are we? Why would you add
Yeah,
that in?
because we have to tear down any semblance of virtue from somebody who was writing at a
Admirable
time
characters,
when, yeah,
yeah.
from admirable characters, because the time that that person was writing in wasn't perfect. So none of the characters could be perfect because
Oh, I wouldn't even say they're perfect, but yes,
yeah,
they're clearly good-natured people
yeah,
trying to be good, and who
that's a
have,
better word.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they have genuine like love and affection for each other, and
Well, and like
it's
the
nice,
thing
actually,
about the three
nice to
men who
read.
are suitors for Lucy, they've been on little escapades and adventures together.
Yeah, they're
They
friends.
are war buddies essentially. They've saved each other's lives at times, and they've gone off and done these things that like bond
Hunting
them
trips
together.
and, all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
And so like even when they're all going after the same girl, like they don't get jealous with each other, right? They're like, well, you know what, Arthur's a good guy, and I
Hmm.
understand why you would pick him. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He's my bud, and you'll never have to
Yes.
deal with that from me. You're like, they're inspired by that,
Yeah.
and it's
Well,
just it's
and there's
so annoying, man.
and there's little details, little nuances that are fun too. Like for example, when initially Lucy needs an immediate blood transfusion, Arthur, the one that she is engaged to wed eventually, he's not around, and so they have to do an emergency blood transfusion. And then there's this, they have an awkwardness about like because there's something very like intimate and personal about
Yeah.
that, so they don't tell Arthur. So when there's another moment where she'll need another blood transfusion, they let Arthur do it. They just don't mention that they had already done this first, so it feels a bit more like he's the first doing the noble sacrifice to save her. You know what I mean? Like there's an acknowledgement of the sensitivity of this sort of like love triangle-y sort of thing, but they're not actually resentful of each other,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
They're like looking out for each other. Um, and so there's a really interesting moment later in the story where so the first person to be convinced that yes, this is definitely a vampire thing is Van Helsing, and then he convinces Dr. Seward, another man of science, a younger guy, and so he needs some convincing. And eventually, it's like, okay, well, you're with me, right? You know what needs to be done. There might like it's unclear at first how much they need to tell Arthur, her fiance, or is it Quincy the Texan?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like like I don't know. It's the dynamic of that is interesting, and it's not just like they're all trying after the same girl, and she's just a floozy who's will fuck anything that moves, including a werewolf later.
Or including Winona Ryder, which like they have a scene where they're running through the garden in the rain and she just starts kissing her. Like because
Y-
she's just horny all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't matter who or what for. The characters are all just repressed and horny, and any chance they get to loose it, they're there for it, which
Yeah.
is so much less interesting.
Well, they don't feel like real people at all.
No.
It's even if they did feel like real people, it wouldn't be interesting. So that's sort of what we establish with Mina and Lucy. Lucy is just a floozy, and she's leading these three different guys on. And Mina is more faithful to her husband, but she's like, I don't know where he is or why he hasn't come back yet.
When they're
So,
they're just engaged at the moment, which is another thing that comes up like so in the book, once she finally finds out that Harker is still alive, uh she goes immediately to marry him, because that's the plan. In this, she spent some time walking around being kind of worried, but like also goes on some dates, which is just every I, it really just kind of boils when I think about what he did after reading this book, and just like it clearly read it enough to know like what certain things were, like the blue lights are play a role, and had direct lines, right, and very specific things, but didn't read it enough or care enough about the themes of the story to make it a faithful adaptation. He decided to just completely turn it all on its head, do a complete 180, and it just so I mean defined, especially in some of Van Helsing's reactions to what see and her disease. Um, change there is quite different, but we'll get to that when. Yeah. Kyle R in the chat, Coppola was going through a real horny phase when he made this. I think he's been doing that for a while, honestly. By an emergency injection of blood, he meant semen. You know what? Honestly, I would not have been surprised if at some point the cure for her lack of blood was to get the heart pumping by having a gangbang. That would have been quite on brand for this movie, I think. The George J. Jameson, the George R. R. Martin letter in a nutshell. Which letter are we talking about? Did he put something else out? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I am interested in hearing what he has to say for himself this time.
Kyle R says, I think Coppola was going through a really horny phase when he made this. Phase?
Yeah, I was gonna
Um,
say he's been going through this for a while, dude. I
I
think he's
it's I joke because there's that report coming out that apparently he vigorously denies, but the report was that he was just like getting really handsy with extras on the set of Megalopolis. He's like, I just can't help myself, and they're like, please stop. So,
please
um,
try. Why don't you try?
I mean, this movie reeks of a sort of like stunted
Adolescent
adolescence.
horns. Yeah.
Yeah,
But in the same way, because like, isn't he friends with Woody Allen, Coppola?
I
They're
don't
pretty
know.
close, from what I understand, and that makes sense to me because that's one of the things that I've always kind of disliked about Woody Allen is how horny he seems, like repressed horniness. Sex is
Sure.
very much at like the center of every story he tells. It seems to me,
Yeah.
and I like it doesn't interest me. I don't like his complex. I don't need to see that.
Well, in the case of this movie in particular, it does feel a bit like they they being some combination of the writer and Francis Ford Coppola read the book and was like, ah, people aren't really like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
People aren't really this good.
people aren't really this good. People like to fuck.
Yeah. Or like I don't know, I feel like while I'm certain there was some sexual repression in the Victorian era, obviously it seems to be like we're projecting way more onto that. Like it's almost like he's trying to like project a much deeper sort of perversion onto something that wasn't there really because Dracula is not that kind of book really at all.
Oh, have you heard,
It's
by the way, what Coppola's exact defense was for the allegations about getting handsy with the extras?
No, I assumed the defense was I didn't do that. Is it not?
No, the defense from his uh
Attorneys?
yeah,
Did
his
he like
attorneys. This is 8-page filing discussing damages caused by these statements. Some people are creative. Very few people are creative geniuses. In the world of motion pictures, Francis Ford Coppola is a creative genius. Some people are jealous and resentful of genius. Those people denigrate and tell knowing and reckless falsehoods about those of whom they are jealous.
fucking hell? Oh man, that's in the official
That's in
like
the
court
official
filing.
court filing for
Jesus
his
Christ.
defamation suit. uh,
But he told them to write that, right? I'm
yeah,
not.
that
That's a pretty simple leap to make.
I don't think that like do you really think an attorney said that on his own? Like this bitch is lying. She's jealous of Francis's creativity. Like that's what a lawyer's gonna say? I don't know.
And
Let's see.
here's the other thing to say about Francis Ford Coppola. All right, The Godfather Part One and Two, excellent movies. Apocalypse Now is like pretty good. I'm
Yeah.
not as hot on it as I am with as a lot of people are. But he's had so many misses that I feel like you don't get to talk about yourself like that anymore. That's what I think.
He just yeah, like
Like
there's something
Topaz
I saw
says
about
there's
okay.
video of him doing it. Really?
Oh my god. I
That's
don't
not great.
no. That's a deep fake. That's a deep fake from
But
a jealous person who made
Trayvon,
up lies
Washington says that he absolutely believes that
that they
lawyers
would come up with
would
something
write
like
that.
that.
Here's the thing: I would say that wouldn't make it in there if Francis Ford Coppola wasn't like, yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yes, the
Maybe,
conversation
yeah.
also.
I
Thank you, Topaz. I agree. The conversation is a solid movie too. But Yeah, I don't think that ends up in the official court filing if Francis Ford Coppola's like, yeah, they are jealous of me. Or
If he's not, so yeah, if he
yeah, that's
isn't
what I
kind of
mean.
like putting it in their ear, I don't know. Maybe you're right though. I don't know. That does seem like a strange seems like a
Argument.
strange argument to make, instead of just
It strikes me as what probably happened was I'm a creative genius and I'm one of the best filmmakers of all time. Surely you'll be fine with me fondling you. That's
yeah.
like it's a anyway.
No, this is Dave's mentioning too. This probably the same lawyers that came up with the Disney. You agreed to our Disney Plus terms of service, so you can't sue us for your wife's death. Oh God, what a
Paz says we've known for 4 decades he's not a saint. I actually don't know a whole lot about his personal life, but it would not surprise me at all.
I've heard some
Not
stories about how so I think he was friends with the man who made that movie Jeepers Creepers. Which if you're not familiar with that movie, it's kind of a '90s horror slasher thing, kind of a cult hit.
yeah.
But that guy, the director of that movie, there's a reason there's not a fourth one coming up, and it's because he's in jail for pedophilia. Um,
Zoink, Scoob.
and Coppola apparently one of the victims of this director, I think, was an 11-year-old boy, and I think Coppola sued that boy's family to try to get the story like taken out of the media.
No, really?
That's what I've heard. I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but that was the story that a friend of mine had related to me.
Well, let's just say I hope that's not the full story.
I certainly hope so as well. But the main reason that he mentioned it is also because I think the kid had to do ADR for Jeepers Creepers, and he had to come to Francis Ford Coppola's house to do it, which is like after the lawsuit.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I here's what I'll say. I can believe pretty clearly that he's not a saint because I've seen Bram Stoker's Dracula, and that's that's what I'll say about
Yeah.
that. Um, so the plot moves along, and now is there anything between Lucy just being a slut and Dracula like filling up his boxes and coming aboard the Demeter to London?
um
I'm pretty sure that's just we just jump
Yeah,
straight
we
to
just
that.
jumped straight into that. There's the rainstorm because we supercut it between, him filling up the boxes and getting on the Demeter and seeing Mina running through the garden and making out in the rain. And then
Yes.
he's in London now. And he's here because he saw a portrait of Mina, looks like the love of his life, and he's really motivated to make it to
Gotta
London.
find that girl.
But
Yeah.
also he needs to bang some sluts first, and eat them.
Get it, get it out of his system.
Yeah.
Um, like a bachelor party type thing. No, and interestingly, he buries himself in soil from his homeland for the journey on the Demeter, like he does in because isn't the logic of the book that for the sake of the long journey, and it's quite a long journey by sea to London, that he buries himself in soil from his homeland to sort of like keep himself in like a stasis kind of thing. It's almost like vampire cryo sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of the logic? I can't remember exactly
Sort
what
of,
they
yeah.
say
Like
about it.
he kind of. So okay, we see from the events of the book is one of the things that we've completely skipped over is Harker's attempts to escape. He realizes that he might have accidentally here, unwittingly, helped unleash a monster on England that could
Yes.
wreak havoc on the country, and so he feels a duty to try his best to stop it, right? So he
Hmm.
decides, well, if Dracula can climb down that hill outside, why couldn't I do it? So he does. And he gets into the basement of the castle and he finds the Count in a box, right? And he does this twice, so we'll skip ahead to the second time. But when he finds him in the box when everything is getting ready to leave, he Dracula can't see him, but he like his eyes are open. He's kind of bloated. I think he describes it bloated like a leech. It's gross. It's great. He picks up a shovel to try to stab him in the face with it, because he's a fucking go-getter, and he is not a little he's not a little bitch boy like he is in this movie. He's a man of action, okay? So he's gonna
Yeah.
stab him in the face with the shovel, and he like plunges it down, and like at the with like a magical, bizarre, like, speed, Dracula's head kind of like super speed snaps out of the way, and the shovel kind of leaves a cut on his forehead, but he like it dodges it basically. And
Yeah.
he still can't see that Jonathan Harker tried to do that, but it like he's sort of in this trance-like state. Then that's what you have to imagine that he's like pretty much every time he gets into the box of Earth to rest.
Yeah. Do
So
you
he's
remember?
in the weird twilight sleep.
Do you remember why they say he has to do that in the book? Because in the movie, um, I, f- I can't remember why they
I
say. I don't even know if they say why. He just does it.
He just does it. I
Lisa
can't
Lawrence
remember.
even says that like he can't cross water. Is that in the book?
They I don't think so. I don't
Well,
remember them
I
saying
know.
anything.
Okay, so part of the logic for being transported, because the people on the Demeter think this is just normal cargo. So obviously the boxes need to be full of stuff, right? Like, so I think that's part of the logic too. Is like they're full of dirt, so it feels like they're full of supplies or whatever, goods and things. Um, but I don't remember specifically the vampire lore reason for why he needs to sleep in the soil from his homeland. That's just something they say in the movie. Like, he needs to do that or else he's weak. I'm like, okay. Can't remember how the book treats it.
I don't remember about him not being able to cross water because he gets on the boat and sails. You know,
Yeah, it's the logic that he's like in the dirt, so he's not. I don't.
I
I
don't
don't.
remember.
I can't remember. That might be
He
true.
can't cross large bodies of water. This was a clever hack. Okay.
I don't remember that from the book. Maybe it's in the book.
I don't.
There's a
Yeah,
lot
I
in the
don't
book.
remember. There's a lot. Van Helsing has a lot of lore dumps at certain points.
Yeah.
So it can be.
Okay.
It's probably buried in there somewhere. I would say.
Yes. Well, there's an interesting thing that happens in the book that does not happen in the movie. In the book, he arrives in London and he finds Lucy and he's like slowly feeding off of her. He doesn't just drink her all at once and kill her. He like visits her
He
night after
hypnotizes
night.
her, and she has a sleepwalking problem, or she's always had a sleepwalking problem that's gone away
Yeah.
recently. But she starts sleepwalking again, and he is influencing her.
He like comes to her bedroom as a bat, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. And he's drinking her blood slowly, right? And part of the logic in the book is that he's weak after the incredibly long journey.
Yes.
And so he needs to like slowly feed to like come to his full strength. That's not
Well,
something
yeah,
that
but
happens
he
in this.
kills members of the crew on the boat.
Did he kill all of them? I thought some of them like
He kills all but two.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he is eating.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, in the movie he comes and now he's younger. Now he's young
Interesting.
Gary Oldman. Or the age Gary Oldman was when he played this part. He's younger and more handsome now, and he sees Mina in the street, and he's like, "See me," and she looks and sees him, and then he like tries hitting on her, and at first she's like, no, I'm not talking to you. Get the
No,
hell away
no,
from me."
thanks.
But then he like wins her over a little bit, and
The way
then
he
we
wins her
do.
over is really fucking stupid too, because she's just like, should I? Because he keeps harassing her, and she goes, "Do I need to call the police? Must I go to my husband?" And he goes, "Oh, a husband? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll leave you alone." And she goes, "Oh no, don't. Never mind. Don't worry about it."
Yes, it's like no,
What?
leave.
No, like that. That's not. It's
Well, it
not
was
even like
just.
through hypnotism or anything. She was literally she got him off her, which is
Yeah,
what she wanted. And now
and
all
then
of a
she
sudden
felt
she's
bad
just
about
like,
it.
"Oh, I feel bad though. You seem so sad." And then like he reveals that he's a prince, and she's just like, "Ooh."
Ooh, a
A
prince.
prince
And
even.
then she starts to have this love affair with him while Jonathan Harker's gone. That's
While
great.
Jonathan
Thanks.
Harker's gone, and while he is busy plowing Lucy in like wolf form. Like,
Yes. Yes. So,
oh my
uh,
god, dude.
easily the horniest part of the movie is when he shows up as a werewolf with a vampire's with a bat's face. So if you picture a vampire bat with its weird like pug face, imagine that on the Wolfman, and that's what he is.
Yeah,
Because the movie is okay. It's very strange because in the book he has like power and command over wolves, and he takes the form of a bat, and he can take the form of a wolf. He can transfigure into different things. In the book, it's even described like they can become really thin and fit through the cracks in doorways. Weird stuff like that, where they're sort of defying the natural
they
order
become
completely.
fog too. Like they can
Yeah,
become
they can
fog and
become
mist
dust
and
motes and stuff like
yeah.
that. They can transfigure into animals, and they have a sort of connection and power over animals. And also, they can sort of take a sort of effervescent, immaterial, you know, type form. And it's established in the book that they can only really do that at night. During the
Yes.
day, they're just people, essentially. They don't burn up in the sun like they do in Nosferatu and all the things derived therefrom. In this, he's just a person during the day, right?
Yeah.
So, but at night he comes to visit Lucy, and because this movie knows that there's a connection between wolves and vampires and also bats, he turns into a weird hybrid werewolf bat thing for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, for this scene in particular, when like so Lucy's sleepwalking in the book is recorded because her mom is worried that she's gonna like hurt herself when she goes out, like if she goes out of the door sleepwalking. So she has Mina stay in the room with her, and Mina kind of does all these things like spooky scenes where she wakes up in the middle of the night and her friend is like walking around the room. She finds out that the door is locked, and then asleep she starts looking around trying to find the key so she can escape, right?
Yeah,
Which is like that's a tailor-made creepy scene. You already got it's
yeah,
right there. Go for it. Like it that would freak me the fuck out if I woke up in the middle of the night and the person I shared a room with was up and asleep and walking and had some purpose that they were going after. Like that's crazy.
yeah.
Great way to just like give yourself a nice little slow build. Lucy's sleepwalking in this. She looks like she's in a music video. She's wearing this like red corset and undergarment with this big flowy cape, and she's kind of like walking down the stairs, swaying her hips and like leaning up against the wall and like sticking her leg out and everything, and like just sexing it up all over the place. And it's like, why, dude? Like, what? This doesn't even
Good
look like
question.
sleepwalking. It just
No, it
looks
doesn't.
like
I forgot that it even was sleepwalking because it doesn't look like that. I just thought she was trouncing around, just doing her thing. Yeah, and then she runs into the werewolf bat thing,
they
which
go
is a
out into the
choice,
garden in the werewolf bat thing, and they
is
do
fucking
like a
her
Rosemary's Baby thing. It's fucking her in the garden.
in like a in at the center of a maze in the garden, which they have.
Yeah.
Um, it's certainly something. It's a obviously very horny movie, and this is one of the biggest examples of that. It's funny that Dave says, "I haven't seen this movie in a long time, and I think you're making this scene up." Like, no, this is one of the more memorable
Yeah.
scenes in the movie because it's like, you know, it's almost entirely pornographic. It's pretty, and it's like, okay, I guess we're doing that. There's so the point of comparison with the book is that there's this overlook where they can see, the boats coming into the docks and all that sort of stuff, and there's a whole history of that location.
It's
But
really why so I'll just jump in for a tiny second here. I don't know if you've ever Googled Whitby in the UK, which is the town where this part in particular takes place, but there
I've
is
not.
an old abbey on the top of a cliff there. There's a graveyard, and it's really interesting. The graveyard has sort of been like the cliff is eroded, and so the graveyard has sort of been eaten away, and it falls into basically just off into the ocean, and so there are some
Oh,
graves where they like kind of stick out, and there's a bench here. Like you can like if you come out of one of the buildings on in the town and look up, see this cliff from like very very like basically from anywhere, and the idea is that there's a bench up there, which is where Mina and Lucy go to spend
Yeah.
time together. So when she comes out, she looks up and sees Lucy up there, and she's worried because it looks like exactly what her mom was worried about is going to happen. She's sleepwalking up to their favorite spot on the cliff. She might fall off. So she starts running, but she thinks she sees something else up there, like a
Yes.
shadow around her.
And it's the way it's described is great. Like there's like she's on the bench and there's something kind of leaned over her, but she's like far away and she can't quite tell what it is. And she sees two glowing red eyes in the dark, and then she has to run up there. And so she loses sight of it in the run up there. And when she finds her, it's gone, which is much stronger, I would
Yes.
argue. But
Yeah, but and so real quick, Cecil, isn't it implied narratively that he chooses Lucy to sate his hunger because he does not want to damn Mina? Later, it is implied after he has fucked Lucy and started draining her, and after he has met Mina in the street and gone on a few dates with Mina, then it is implied that he's like, actually, I don't think I want to do this. He is
yeah,
about
which
to.
let's also I hate that.
Yeah,
This is Dracula. This is a vampire. And he's like, oh, actually, I'm going to save myself for you because really I can feel love. And really I'm just a tragic figure. And it's like, he's a demon. He's, he's like
he's a monster.
yeah. And I don't know. I hate the way we're tearing down good people to try and prop up a
A
monster
literal
and make him,
monster.
yeah, I find that really annoying.
Well, and so I'll explain a little bit. I'll explain a little bit of how the transformation of Mina works in the book. Right after he has drained Lucy, he realizes what's going on. That Harker and the three who Lucy was in, who were in love with Lucy, and Van Helsing and Mina have sort of formed this little Scooby gang to come after him, right? And they're like trying to figure out where he lives. And as they are gone, he visits Mina, and he basically is just like, "You fucking bitch! You think you're so goddamn smart? I commanded nations. I was like, King Genghis Khan, basically, right?" And he's like,
Yeah.
"What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna transform you into my pet, and then you are gonna transform all of them, and you're all gonna and like I'm gonna do
Yeah.
like and I'm gonna do it slow. Like I'm gonna make
Very,
this hurt,
yes.
and
The very
that's why he
obvious
does it."
the very obvious implication is that the people you sire as a vampire are basically your slaves.
Yes, and so he's
And
basically telling her, "This is what you get for trying to me."
yes, it's not love. It's not this poor, oh, tortured love, victim of fate. No, he's
Yeah, no,
like turning her is like, oh, I want you to be the one that causes all of them to suffer. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He's Angelus and he's not
yeah.
Angel. All right.
He's a fucking he's a sadistic, evil person who does not value like any life other than his own. He thinks everybody else is beneath him, and so that's what
Yes.
he's doing. Jay, yes, I would like the link to that if you wouldn't mind dropping that in the chat. Sorry, I know I saw your thing earlier.
Can you send a link in the chat? Does YouTube allow that?
Oh, I don't know.
If not, feel free to send it to me on Twitter if you have one of those. Otherwise, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can send links in chat. Might get flagged as spam. I don't actually know. Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, whatever. We'll see. We will see. But
Yes.
yeah, so like the inversion of Dracula into this it's also kind of like, again, it's a little bit of a I don't want to say like bad faith interpretation, but it's like it's a little bit annoying, right? That he's like, we have this scene later on where he says like, "Oh well, no, I don't want to turn you, Mina. You're too perfect and beautiful for me," and like I like all that. But he showed up, and he was with renewed interest to come to England. Like he can drain people without fucking them, but he showed up and fucked Lucy and drained her and turned her.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It just
I don't buy
seems
this
I
sort
don't
of like
buy
I'm saving
the idea of
myself
like, oh
for
well,
you.
he's only doing it as like a stopgap so that he doesn't sue Mina. it just doesn't seem like you don't have to go the whole the whole 9 yards here. You can just take the blood, which is funnily enough is what he does in the book. He doesn't have this like sex crazed bestiality side to him that he
No.
also needs to satisfy. And it's just sort of a coincidence that he goes after Lucy because she's
Yeah.
just really beautiful and people really like her, and she's kind of like, she's very pulls people in, she draws people in. That's
You'd even
just
argue
bad
that
luck.
the sort of like the drinking of the blood is the substitute for the sexual act,
Yeah.
thematically.
Yeah, so it's just I don't buy it. I don't like it, and I find it rather insulting based on what the way the based on the way the book did it. It's just
Yes.
yeah.
So while he's killing people like Lucy, and he hasn't killed her straight away yet.
No,
She's been bit.
she's been bitten, drained, and then then they call Van Helsing, right? Because they call Seward,
Yes.
and they get Anthony Hopkins in, and Anthony Hopkins is he's the best part of the movie, but I'm
But I
not a
don't
huge
like his
fan.
Van Helsing.
I don't
No,
like what he did here.
no, and I don't really blame him because I know he's an excellent actor, and I know the clear direction Francis Ford Coppola has given all these actors and the writer in terms of what he wants here. But his Van Helsing is kind of like a rude, like he's almost like Dr. House.
A little
he's
bit, yeah.
he's an asshole, but he's right, you know? Where he's a very sort of like kind-hearted, a bit eccentric old man in the book, and I quite like his character in the book.
You know what okay, so I'll point out one small thing that's kind of serves as a microcosm of what they like the problem that they had with adapting his character. So in the
Yeah.
book, he kind of he grows to have affection for Lucy because he sees how much these other people care about her, and he talks to her. She's a very sweet person. She cares about him. She tells him that he needs to get sleep, and tries to care for him while she's in this state of losing blood every night, and nobody knows why, right?
Yeah.
And he feels awful about all of this. And when he starts realizing that a vampire is coming after her, he's like, "We have to save her. We have to save this poor sweet girl." Right? Like
Yeah.
this is something that and he feels really bad when he can't. In this one, he goes to Arthur and straight up starts humping his leg at one point, like out of just pure wild energy, and he tells him, "Your woman is a bitch of the devil
Yeah.
and a
There's no
whore." Like
She's a concubine
yeah,
of the devil or
a
something like that.
concubine of the devil. Like he's made her his bitch.
Yep. There's no sense of like, why would you say that to him? You like asshole? What
No.
do you like? This is yeah, he's a prick, he's insensitive, whatever. It there's no consideration at all for like this is someone's wife. But then the story doesn't treat her as someone of value anyway, so that's great.
Yeah, I'm surprised Arthur does this is a 90s movie, not a 40s movie. So in a lot of the 40s and 30s movies, I'm always really surprised by how ready everybody is to just pull a gun out of their jacket whenever something happens. Like they hear a noise and then the next thing you know, they're packing. Like I if this was the 1930s Dracula and that line got dropped, I would expect Arthur to just pull a gun out and point it straight at Van Helsing in this
That you
instance.
take that back. Yeah.
But yeah, which is like I don't know, man. It's just he gave a little happy chuckle at the end. Yeah, I don't think that in the context though that like the character of Arthur, although Arthur's a smarmy like hawk in this one
Yeah.
as well. So like none of them are good people. None of them are interesting.
No. Not at all. And eventually Lucy is going to die. She's going to succumb to her wounds and die. And then they bury her and
Trivia on
discover
Washington says he heard Anthony Hopkins is like that in real life.
your wife is a she bitch. Well, have you ever seen
Uh,
that video of him like raging out to some song or something like that? And he's like, "Do you know what video I'm talking
no,
about?"
I don't think I do.
I'll have to show you that at some point. I've seen him wilding out. All right, that's what we'll say. Dave L. Is it the article? Okay, so you sent the name of the article if you want to look it up. It's called "An Incorrect Theory" by Fox Day, and apparently the summary is George R. R. Martin can't finish because the story needs real heroes, and he only knows how to write cynical deconstructions. That's the like.
You know
There was a
what?
post.
Hmm. That actually makes some sense to me now that I think about it. Yeah.
I don't know enough about it, but
A
I've
lot
seen
of it
that.
is, yeah, a lot of it
I've seen
is.
that going around, and I've seen the reactions to that going around. I don't really know. I'm not well versed in his work.
I could believe that honestly. I mean, like most of his characters are that sort of like cynical construction of a archetype, and that's, I mean, one of the reasons why he, like, the Red Wedding hits so hard, is because Robb Stark is, the heroic, probably among the most heroic of the characters, the most noble of the characters, and he's murdered pretty brutally because he relies on that that sort of like good nature, nobleism, and the idea that like people are going to hold to honor, and
Yeah,
it doesn't work out for him, and then like a lot more goes on and on about how, like, throughout the story of how like being honorable, or being the classic vision of honor, is what causes these people to die. Holding to these ideals of honor causes these people to die horrible deaths, which is interesting. um I think that's probably part of it, honestly. But I also would say that I think he's just lazy. you know, I think he's lazy, and he's gotten addicted to the idea of, like, I think he's just bored with the story. It's been 20 years. I just don't think he wants to finish it anymore because he's more interested in doing things like film adaptations of Elden Ring, or
yeah,
writing other stories and other mediums. He's done the Gillian Flynn a little bit, where she hasn't really written a novel for a long time because she's working on screenplays.
yeah,
And the only difference really is that Gillian Flynn didn't start a series that she insisted be 7 parts long, and then give up like right at the most interesting tipping point, you know?
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Anyway, Dracula.
Yeah, back to Dracula. Yay, back to the cynical version of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yes, Lucy will eventually die, and then they'll discover that Lucy might be a vampire, so they need to go kill her. They need to like extra double kill her the way you do the vampires. You drive a stake through their heart and cut off their head to make sure they don't kill anyone.
Yeah,
And
so they all go
this
to the tomb.
they all go to the tomb, and the only thing I really especially like about this is the like weird like bridal costume
Yeah,
wedding dress that she has. That's kind of fun. Um, but yes, they find her with a child that she's about to kill, and they're like, "Don't kill that child." They're like, "It's like a baby," and she like drops it on the ground or
yeah.
something.
Lucy,
That's
she just drops the baby in it.
and then they, they point the crucifix at her, and she growls and shows her fangs and all that sort of stuff, and then they kill her. So that's that. Um, it's interesting because in the book, it's very much there's a sort of like, well, it's going to be really hard to kill Lucy again. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To like see her roaming about, not dead, and make the choice to kill her again. But you have to remember, it's that classic thing. Like, that's not her. And what you're actually doing is saving her soul. Because right now, her soul isn't at rest. Her soul is wandering inside this, creature. And only by destroying the vampire will you actually set her free and let her go on to heaven or whatever. So
yeah,
and that's sort of what they get to eventually. And then they're willing to kill her. It's more powerful stuff. In this, it's just like, oh, look at that, isn't that cool? Like, I guess.
yeah. Well, one of the other things from the book, in this scene, is that they open the tomb and they see her, and she looks beautiful. She
Hmm.
looks like she did. She looks like she's not dead, and so they all
Yes.
kind of have this crisis of like, bury her alive? Like, did we make a mistake? What happened here? Right? Why? How is this possible? Like Van Helsing has to kind of work against that assumption to prove to them like, no, 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 that's not her. That is a
Yes.
monster wearing her face. But for me, the idea that the like a vampire, especially a vampire woman like this, right, would look alive and would look pretty when they're asleep, right? That seems like a much better defense mechanism to me than what we've got with this, where her face is just like ghostly pale and
Yeah.
I mean, basically for all intents and purposes, she looks like an undead monster. She
Yeah.
doesn't really look the same as she did.
Yeah, we're not doing anything in terms of any of the subtlety or any people trying to hide their intentions or that they're evil. Everything is just out in the open. Everything is just extremely over the top. He doesn't care about any of that. Even if it doesn't make story sense, fine. And then, meanwhile, Jonathan Harker comes back. Do you
Oh
remember
my
how he?
god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. So book way. The fourth chapter of the book ends on a cliffhanger for him. All right? He has vowed, he's tried to kill the count. He's gone back and like written down how it hasn't worked. And he goes, "If I stay any later, I'm going to be fed to his wives. I need to make an escape attempt. I'm going to try to scale even further down the side of the castle, maybe get to safety somehow. I'll take." He found a pile of gold in one of the rooms that's just collecting dust, probably from all the will o' the wisp, you know, treasure hoards that he's been digging up, right? And he's like, I'm gonna take some of that just in case I need money when I get to where I'm going. Even if I die here, though, it's better to die this way than it is to be eaten alive by these people. I
Yes.
can die a man's death, right? And he
Yep.
says farewell, and he disappears for like 6 chapters or something like that. Like he is gone for a while. And they finally get news of him later on. In
Yeah,
this
he's
one,
arrived. Arrived at
he showed up at a
a
train station
monastery
and
or an
was free.
inn.
He showed up at a train station and was freaking out in public, and everybody realized he was like, I need to get home. Somebody give me a ticket for home. So they put him on a train, but he passed out, and they took him to a hospital, and he's been at a hospital for a while with a brain
Yeah,
fever because of shock,
and
essentially.
then Mina goes to get him.
Yeah, Mina goes to get him, and yeah, and what happens in this one is that he's just constantly being drained and like I guess fucked by Dracula's wives. I'm not really sure if I think that's implied essentially
Yeah,
because he's just strung up in a bed with them and they're just constantly like you taking
feeding
blood,
off of him.
eating
Yeah.
off of him and like keeping him super weak. And so what he says is, I'm going to make one last attempt to escape before they kill me. And then he does it. He just like the next we just cut away to the next scene and he's outside the castle crawling on the wall. How did he get away from him? Who the fuck knows? Not Coppola or the writer. How did he get away from them when he was drained of his blood and super weak and could barely move?
Oh, is he crawling along the wall like
Like
that? Yeah.
yeah, like how is he crawling along the wall? Like it's simple thing to correct, just don't have it happen. Maybe just don't have your weird sex scene. Your weird pervo sex scene. I don't know.
Uh, to Council of Karen's point about premature burial, being buried alive was a genuine concern at the time. Yes, and I think
Yeah,
that's part of what works really well about the book version is that she's like come so close to death so many times in this illness that when they finally think she's dead, then they go see her body buried and it doesn't look like she's dead. They're like, "Holy shit, what happened? What did we do? Maybe she wasn't dead, all that sort of thing." It's yeah, it works. It's pretty strong actually. And so then he comes back and now he has gray hair, which is funny.
yeah. His hair is gray. I think it happens in the book as well that his hair turns white because of stress. Um,
Yes.
it's
It
damn
looks
it.
it doesn't look particularly good in the movie, I would
No, it
say.
doesn't. It doesn't look good in the movie. I was gonna say, Council of Karen says constantly fucked by Monica Bellucci, and I really wanted to try to find a picture of Monica Bellucci's face photoshopped onto Jim Bellucci's body. But funnily enough, nobody's made that joke before, so
What a shame. So
tragic. Anyway, he
he
makes it out. Just he falls off the castle wall into the river, and then is just like
and then he's back later.
back.
Interestingly, Mina has been going around town, going on dates with the prince, being seduced by him. Um, and then eventually, when she hears that Jonathan's back, there's a line she narrates that's like, "Oh, I guess Jonathan's back, which is good. I won't tell him about the prince. That'll be our little secret." I forget exactly what the
Yeah, she
line is.
says. Yeah, she basically says that.
The
Yeah.
line was pretty. It got under my skin. I did not like it. I'm gonna look up exactly what it was because there was something particularly damaging to her character in the way she said it.
Yeah, I mean, character assassination. The would probably call this.
Yeah, in terms, well, obviously, okay, so it's an adaptation, right? You can
Yeah,
do whatever you want. Um, but it is you have just ruined all these characters, and you haven't made anyone more interesting. That's the thing. Even Dracula, who is less sympathetic in the movie,
or in the book.
um,
Yeah.
in the book, I mean, he's still more interesting in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't know, the book does a better job of sort of treating him like someone who has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, which is a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to write a character who's lived longer than any other human being ever has several times over. But I think the book actually does a pretty good job. He feels he feels more like a character in the book, even though he's less sympathetic and he's more obviously evil.
Yeah. To Topaz, it says, "Isn't there a deleted scene that explains that?" I if it's deleted, it's not in the movie, so I'm not gonna. I don't know. There might be, but
I have not seen it. That's
I've
for
never
sure.
seen it. And if he made the choice to get rid of it, that's kind of on him, really.
So Mina, diary, 17th of September. This is exactly what she says. Poor Jonathan, still so ill. He's cheered by the familiar streets of London. For me, now that Lucy is dead, it is a sad homecoming. It is as if a part of me is dead too, except for the tiny hope that lives in me that I will again see my prince. Like, ugh, fuck you. Like, she's not even happy to see him, really.
Yeah.
She feels a little bit like, oh, I feel bad because he's
Oh
sick.
damn. I was actually kind of hoping he'd be dead.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I
Oh,
wanted to
it's
spend
like,
time with my
is he
prince.
here? Now that I am married, I begin to understand the nature of my feelings for my strange friend, who is always in my thoughts. Like, great. Thanks. Thanks for ruining Mina, too.
Nobody really escapes unscathed from this one,
No,
honestly.
not really. Um, so now that they're back, they're like, okay, we gotta stop Dracula. We gotta stop him.
Well, it was
Where is
she goes. I just want to point out real quick too, because she goes to Jonathan and in the hospital where he's at, and they get married, and he does sort of like the same thing that he did at the end of The Godfather. Like where we like very famous, right, of intercutting between the baptism and
yeah.
all the
Yes.
murders.
Yep.
You know, we have the intercutting between this wedding between Jonathan and Mina and Dracula just like going on a murder rampage essentially because he's super bummed out that I left him for another man. Which interestingly enough, you would think that this guy would be like, "Wait a minute, what her husband?" Because she says I have to go be with my husband, right? He knows who that is. He knows because he's the only reason he went to find her is because he found her, the picture of her in Jonathan's little locket. So
Yeah.
he, the first thought that this guy should have is like, wait a minute, what? He got out? Excuse
Yeah.
me?
Yes.
What? But instead, he just goes and goes bang sluts. That's his coping
And
mechanism, I guess.
later, Dracula will be talking to Mina and being like, "Oh, my most precious life, I've wanted this to happen. I want to be with you always." And it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
No, not even a little bit.
And then so like then there's their sort of weird budding romance that continues. And might as well just sort of skip ahead towards the end. Eventually they're gonna try and kill him, and they find him, and he's another
We haven't done the
combination.
part where he goes to change Mina, because that happens after she's been married, which is another bit where they kind of fuck her character over, right? Because he goes to change her or to bite her after they come back, and he hesitates. This is when he says the thing like, "No, I can't. I don't want you to like. I don't want you to have. I want you to be with you, but not like this, right? I don't want to be together with you in a way that has damned you, right?" And she then goes, "No, I want this. I want this," and
Yeah.
she follows through,
Yes.
which is yeah, again, crazy to do, wild assassination of the character from the book, like not just awful.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, because okay, I suppose we should talk in general about sort of principles of adaptation and everything.
Yeah,
Obviously, we're coming at this from people who think the book is good, and the book is very good, I should say. And this movie obviously drastically changes, I would say inverts a lot of things, not merely changes. I think the previous movie is a better example of mere changes. Like the Dr. Seward is now the father of Mina in the 1930s version. It's like, okay, that's a change that doesn't really
doesn't
affect
affect
it too
all that
much,
much.
you
Yeah,
know? This is like, oh, what if the evil character was actually misunderstood, and what if the good noble characters are actually kind of scummy, and they all don't really like each other all that much, and they're kind of cruel, and they're kind of callous, and they have insane motivations, and they're just horny all the time, and they kind of suck. It's like, yeah, that's a change you can make, of course. Um, the main problem for me is that these aren't interesting characters on their own
yeah.
to me. Like, okay, Mina does a total 180 and like, well, it's because no, she does because she's seduced by him irrespective of his hypnosis. Because later she's going to like agree, like, no, I want to be turned into a vampire and be with you forever. And then even once he's dead, she's still kind of like sad about it. So like, it's not like, oh man, I was under a spell and didn't know what I was saying the whole time. That's not something the movie does. So basically, she takes a hard right turn into falling in love with this prince who she finds out is a vampire, and she's like, no, I want to be a vampire too. And it's like,
She finds
oh, okay.
she does this immediately after finding out that he killed her friend.
Yes, there's that. So people are constantly acting in ways that betray who their character was earlier in another scene, or how they started off, or who they're going to be later. They're not particularly interesting, I would argue. And so, kind of irrespective of how much worse it is than the book, I still don't think it's very good.
Yeah,
Like, okay, for example, Jonathan going to see the Count and just having no real ability to notice how weird and strange this guy is. He's just
Mina. Yeah,
really stupid.
Mina
Yeah.
falling in love with him regardless of hypnosis, even after finding out that he is not only the person who killed her best friend, but who turned into a weird wolf bat and fucked her in the garden. She watches that happen.
Yeah.
Like, she comes down looking for Lucy sleepwalking and walks in on this happening. So
Yeah.
and then she still actively makes the decision to want to become a vampire for him
She
after finding out that he
basically
lied to her.
she's also just a horn dog and lusts after him so much.
Yeah.
Everyone is sort of possessed by lust in this to do really stupid things that are against their relationships with other people, their own character motivations, you know.
Yeah. Van Helsing kind of just being a callous and jackass who comes in and starts insulting his patient immediately, um, in front of her husband, who is not really grieved or broken up about the fact that she's dying all that much. He's
No.
just kind of
Or nor
making
is
the
he all that mad about how much of an asshole he's being. So it's two things. One, they've turned Van Helsing into an asshole when he wasn't. Two, no one's really treating him like he's the asshole he is. Like no one is responding appropriately to him being this massive cunt. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because everyone else is kind of not really a person either.
It's almost impossible to just sort of like parse out what anybody wants and what's driving them. Apart from
Oh.
Dracula, which is like, again, it's kind of confused because not like he wants to be we've added this idea that he wants to be with Mina because he believes that she is his resurrected love. But we have to keep all of this stuff of him killing and eating her friend, and also like just kind of generally being a vampiric monster who, you know, roams around. So we have this weird, we've created by doing this weird back and forth between, is he there now and motivated entirely to make Mina fall in love with him, or is he doing that at the same time as just sort of carrying on the way a character in a different story did, like the monster in a horror movie? It's
But
it,
when he's professing his undying eternal love to her, the movie doesn't seem to be saying that like, oh, he's a liar. The movie acts like he's saying this earnestly.
yeah,
But it's not true by
yeah.
evidence of all his other actions.
So yeah,
And
and
it
yeah,
just it
those,
feels incoherent, not like it's just we changed things and it's different now. It feels like we've pulled some things and then changed others, and the pieces don't fit together.
we've gone and inverted a lot of the things from the source, but kept things from the source that like don't work if you invert all the other aspects of it, right? And so like by
Yeah.
doing that, you've created this weird dichotomous sort of back and forth that's confusing
Well, like,
and difficult to.
let's drill down specifically on Dracula and his motivations, right?
Yeah,
If the movie was clear that he's lying to her about his undying love and this is all just a manipulation, then his actions make some sense.
more sense.
Uh,
Yeah,
but but if we did that, then we'd lose the whole like, oh, he's just a tragic, hopeless romantic
yeah,
element, which is
exactly.
something they're clearly trying to establish. So, like, you can't do both. Like, or the other thing you could lose is him just carrying on with his like weird bestiality fantasies and killing random people and all that sort of stuff if he's professing his love to her. But if you lose that, then you don't have the Dracula horror movie. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
if you lose that element, then it's the, you know, you've kind of just done a like a different, you've done a different version of Dracula. You've done a Dracula Untold almost, where it's like he's trying to maybe regain, like if we do the Mina love story, which I'm still like I'm not a huge fan of, but I don't think it couldn't work, you know, in
Yes.
concept, right? So let's say that the idea is we've gone over this book and we go, you know what, I want to do a story where Dracula thinks or is convinced that Mina is the reincarnation of his lost love, and what that looks like for a character who spent 400 years as a monster. What does it look like if he thinks he's finally found her? How does he try to redeem himself in her eyes, right? We do that movie instead, but then we have to lose a lot of the stuff from the book. We have to lose the
Yeah.
part where he kills Lucy, and we shouldn't add a part where he fucks her in demon form. Like we just probably shouldn't do that because again, that we've added that that's not in the book. So
Yes.
we should probably also maybe try a little harder for like a motivation, as opposed to like, you know, he got angry with God one time for a bad thing that happened. Maybe we try a little harder for everything that we're adding and trying to do doesn't doesn't work.
Mesh.
It's
Yeah.
not working, and then we're keeping other stuff from a totally different story, and so it's just all clashing. So like this needs a page one rewrite if we're going to be doing
Well,
something like
what
this.
you mentioned in terms of like what they could have explored is like what does it look like when someone who as a result of losing their loved one who believes they found the reincarnation of them but has spent all the intervening time as like a monster, Like but there's still a part of him that like wants to be with her. There's kind of two ways you could go about it. You could try to do something where it's like a broader redemption story. That wouldn't necessarily feel very much like a Dracula or even a vampire movie, but you could try that. The other thing you could do is like
It's gonna look like
he's
Twilight if you do that, because that's
well,
basically what
yes,
what
or
Edward's arc is.
yes, or the other thing you could do is kind of go the opposite direction where like he thinks they can be together and she's repulsed by him being a monster and then he kind of goes crazy and starts terrorizing her and everyone else.
Yeah,
Like that would be something, you know?
a little more like a Frankenstein story.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
at least we'd be exploring that. It doesn't even feel like we're exploring the things we've added to it.
yeah, like when we get to the remake of the Mummy in '99, we're gonna have a little bit to like something like the remake of the Mummy. Not to spoil it for you, but it has something like this plot that he was going for of like an ancient monster with an eternal love, but it does it coherently, right? Like he has a goal and he knows
Yeah.
what he's doing to get it done, and he's not constantly going back and forth between like saying he wants one thing and doing the exact opposite.
And then the movie never acknowledging it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wade Archive says, "Yo, this podcast is real cool, y'all. Thanks for some good conversation while I play poker. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Good
Yeah.
luck in your
Good luck.
poker or pokering. I hope you poker him real good." Um, yeah.
Uh,
So
Real
we're
quick,
doing.
Topaz due to say, fun fact: Coppola apparently considers this the last good movie he made. He's openly said everything he directed after this, mostly director for hire movies, he just did to help fund Megaopolis.
Well, I hope it was worth it, Frank. I hope releasing that many duds just for the sake of another dud. I hope it's worth it. Well, maybe I'll love Megalopolis. Who knows? Probably
Yeah.
not.
Probably, sure.
Probably
Maybe.
not.
Maybe.
But
You
who
know, I
knows?
feel like maybe Megaopolis will be a return to Bram Stoker's Dracula form.
I wouldn't like that though. I don't want that.
Spoiler, it was not worth it.
I am.
Oh
I
man.
would love a return to the Godfather, the Conversation, that sort of form. Which compared to Bram Stoker, much more grounded, obviously,
Like
much more restrained.
it is bizarre the change of style that he I like because The Godfather and this do not look or feel anything alike, and it is wild to me. I mean,
Well,
this
I guess there's something admirable about having that sort of what would you say, range in terms of
yeah,
directing
I suppose
style,
so.
but I'm not especially impressed by the marriage of the writing with the style. I think that's the work of a real artist is marrying the two, and if they're at odds with each other, then you actually just haven't done a good job fundamentally.
Yeah.
Even if it is cool to watch and go, oh, that's a neat shot. Oh, that's a neat shot. You know, it's almost like there's more to movies than that.
It's almost like if I'm in for a narrative film, I want a really well told, well shot, coherent
That-
story.
That's where the art comes in, is to find ways of doing the fun visual stuff that you clearly like doing. I mean, clearly he's having fun doing all the shadow stuff and like the sped up footage and all the miniatures and all that stuff. He's having fun. He's put a lot of effort and time into doing that stuff, and I think it looks good. The writing's bad.
Really
The
bad.
writing's bad, and they don't mesh well together. So it almost feels like a waste of all those efforts in some sense.
Should we talk a little bit about how we're also doing this plot point where Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing is, I suppose, the reincarnated form of the bishop who witnessed Dracula's temper tantrum
Yeah,
and
the,
birth
the
as
only
a
thing
vampire?
the only thing that indicates that is when he's like, "I've been chasing you forever." I'm just like, okay, sure, I guess you
Yeah, he reads a book and
whatever you
goes,
say,
"Wow, this
Doc.
must be Dracula, the foe I've chased all my life."
But that's like, I don't I don't care, frankly. I don't care to unpack that. It's not like I don't feel like I'd be rewarded for
It doesn't
trying
even
to
fucking
unpack
know it.
that.
It doesn't. Not even.
And
He's
all the
not even the
nudity
one who kills him.
he's having
He's
fun
not
with
even
the
the one who
nudity.
kills him at the end.
No, that's kind of lame. Yeah.
Instead, at the end, what he gets is like a line where he goes, "Oh shit, we've all become madmen, haven't we?"
Yeah,
Uh,
okay. So there's one moment somewhere in here because I'm kind of losing track of where we are and how much is left. But there's a moment here where Van Helsing is talking to Mina about what they have to do and how they have to kill Dracula. And Mina's like, "You admire him, don't you?" And he's like, "Yes, I admire him. He was a great man when he was alive, but we still have to kill him." And it's like, I hate that we're sympathizing with him so much.
yeah,
Like,
he was not
they,
that great of a man. He had one bad day, and he immediately was he had
yes,
like fuck God. Ugh.
that is in fact actually a sign that he wasn't a great man. I'm sorry to say. Um, he was. I mean, he's admirable in a sense in terms of his conquest skills and his warlordness. You know, I mean, yeah, like you could say that he was sort of impressive in that regard, but why would you say that you admire him when he's killing your friends and turning them into demons that are killing children? What is wrong with you people?
I
I
admired
don't
how
know,
much
man.
he hated the Turks. Oh,
That's fun.
good. It's funny. My
Um,
parents are in Istanbul this for the next couple weeks too. So
really?
yeah, yeah. They're
For anything specific or just
there's a conference I think about. I think my mom's given a speech at a transplant nursing society addressing the problem of, in particular, Middle Eastern and that general area, parents who are selling their daughters' kidneys on the black market.
what the fuck?
Yeah, well, so one of the things is that you can put a woman's kidney in a male or male or a female with the same blood type, basically, transplant wise. Um,
Hmm.
but male kidneys are a little bit larger, so they can
They don't
also go
fit.
both ways. So sometimes they don't fit, and so there's a lot of apparently there's a big problem, growing problem of and the reason she's in Istanbul is a Turkish problem is the rest of the Middle East are selling their daughters' organs.
That's pretty fucked up.
Pretty fucked.
So that's why she's in Turkey.
She's in Turkey to give a speech about the necessity of stopping it. She's gonna go knock it off, you crazy Turks.
Oh boy. Well, I wish her all the best luck in fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
That's
that's a noble goal.
yeah. Well, that wasn't something I expected to learn today, but here we are.
Maybe Dracula was right.
So, um, where are we? What is even left to do here?
Okay,
We
so
got eventually Dracula, like in the book, leaves to go back to Transylvania.
they
Walk
start
me
chasing him
through.
down, and we do a
Walk
little
me through why.
Indiana Jones thing. Up.
Looking at the maps, yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me, because it's been a few months since I read it now. Remind me how that plays out in terms of him going back and why he leaves versus how it happens in the book. Sorry, how it happens in the movie.
Uh, so in the okay, they break. I think they bust into Mina sucking blood out of his titty. I think that's
Yeah.
what happens, right? And he turns into the
Yes.
giant bat monster, which is
Yes.
different from the bat wolf, which I like. I look, I
Pick
get it
one,
if
maybe.
you like the bat wolf design or whatever, but like pick one. Like, why do we have so many
He's a
different?
shapeshifter. You never know what he's gonna do.
As long as it's like big and creepy, and I like the bat one better. Like, I think this bat one
Yes.
fits thematically a little bit more. He's got some
It's a bit more like a bat werewolf.
like a bat dragon, and they
Yeah.
do a
Yeah.
big deal. They emphasize in this one a lot the idea that Dracul means dragon, which I'm not
Okay.
sure if because he was part of the Order of the Dragon, keeping Christianity safe in the Turkish footlands or whatever. A strange one again. I'm not really sure that follows symbolically, but I'm not going to get into that too much.
Well, okay. I think it would if they didn't try to romanticize him.
Probably,
Like
yeah.
that he's like a shape-shifting-y sort of figure, like that he's a monster of chaos or whatever. He needs to be defeated. Sure, the dragon symbolism, fine.
Yes, but the
Um,
idea that the Order of the Dragon is a Christian society dedicated to
yeah.
preserving
Um,
the good word of the Lord against the Muslim hordes, that part is the symbolically thing that I kind of take a little bit of issue with, but I'm not gonna get too
sure.
much into that.
It's not super important. Yeah.
Yeah. So they bust in.
Dragons are very concerned with little girls having their kidneys sold on the black market, and so
Yeah, exactly.
we,
Yeah, they gotta keep the Turks from doing that crazy shit.
yeah.
Just make your coffee regularly. All jokes aside, though, Turkish coffee is pretty good. Anyway, so he's part of they break in, they throw a cross at him. He sets the cross on fire because it's not as useful as you would think, I guess. Oh, there was also the part, one of the other parts that happens in earlier on, because this is the second time that a crucifix or a cross has not worked the way that it's supposed to work in this story.
Yeah.
Jonathan Harker has the crucifix that the one woman gave him on his
Hmm.
chest when the three wives come out of the bed and start sucking on him,
Yeah. That
and
doesn't repel them.
that doesn't repel them. In fact, they see it, they hiss, and it just melts.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of annoying, I would say, in terms of the symbolism of vampires, and that you would specifically acknowledge that the classic Christian iconography that repels and helps fight against vampires. It's like, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
It's like, okay, sure, man.
sure, dude,
Do
whatever.
you what have you replaced it with? You know,
Didn't even do the garlic.
no, they didn't do the garlic thing. They do the obviously the stake through the heart, and they do the decapitation. They leave that part because
Because that's badass, dude. Garlic. Funny thing that I found very interesting about the book is that when they're riding through Transylvania to get to Dracula's castle before he can recover himself and like, get in there and get away from him. Mina is with Van Helsing, and all of the Transylvanians kind of pick up on the fact that she's turning into a vampire. So they start loading her food up with extra garlic just to
yeah,
piss her off, which is it's like that's pretty fucking funny, dude. Like,
yeah.
I
And
like that.
it's funny. It's also funny because I think she even specifically says that it's a bit spicy for her, all the garlic. It's just a
Yeah.
funny window into the British palate, especially of the time period. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, this garlic is spicy.
Oh, okay. So here's another thing that I want to just discuss briefly too, because I find this very interesting. Right? The book has you might think, given what you're seeing Dracula do in this movie, that the book has a little bit of a problem in some of these instances. Like, why doesn't Dracula just his superpowers that he's got basically and just like kill everybody when all that, like, why does he not hypnotize Mina all the time when once he starts changing her and they do the Harry Potter thing where they can sort of hypnotize her and she can look into his mind and tell them what's going on so that they can
Yeah.
track him and develop a plan, right? And Van Helsing kind of basically says like, well, he's always sort of been limited by this place where there's a lot of superstition, right? Like he's had to be very careful and kind of hide himself a little bit more than he did when he got to London. He gets to London and he doesn't have to worry about that. He can start developing his powers more, but he still doesn't know how to use them all. Like he's still discovering new ways he can use some of these powers on people because he hasn't had the opportunities all that often
Yeah.
to do it. And that sort of explains away a little bit of like
Well, the
why he can't do certain omnipotent things that you might expect that he would be
yeah.
able to do. You know?
Because they do have quite a list of powers. They're kind of OP, but they only have them during the night, for example. And also, Dracula had specifically has a motivation to turn Mina and then let her be the one that
Yeah.
kills everyone else as a sort of punishment. So he's like playing with them a bit. Like if he just wanted everyone dead, he probably could. It wouldn't be super easy for him, but he could. He
Yeah.
could find a way. Um,
Well, and
so
also the
they just
crucifixes work. So like if once they
yes, the
start getting
garlic
the
work.
crucifixes and the garlic, he has to start manipulating people around them to get
To
rid of, like,
remove
to
them, yeah.
remove them or get rid of them.
Yeah, he manipulates a maid at one point to remove the flowering garlic plants from her room. That way he can access her because he can't otherwise.
Yeah,
And so it
he
actually
he
does a pretty good job of balancing all these things. The book does.
yeah, he manipulate. He goes. They've locked the windows on him, and they've started like keeping her, shut in. And so he goes to a zoo and sort of hypnotizes a wolf that he can then like get convinced to escape and break the window down so that he can make it into the house.
Yeah,
He at one point like he manipulates Renfield to attack Dr. Seward so that Dr. Seward can't sit up with her all night
yeah,
and keep watch over her. So like there's a lot of little like, and you don't get that right away from when you're reading it. You see like Renfield attacks Dr. Seward and you're like, whoa, that, oh god, that's awful, that's horrifying. And then the wolf escapes, but then like it all kind of comes together. Like she's alone with just her mom in the room, who has like one big fright will give her a heart attack because she's old, and the wolf jumps through the window, and like the wolf that escaped like a couple of sections earlier jumps through the window and breaks it down, and it's just like it's just really well constructed to sort of
yeah.
give you that hit of, ooh, where's this gonna go, what's gonna, and it pays off is the nice thing about it, right? Like
Yes.
that's really, I cannot recommend reading stuff, honestly. It's really good.
No, so in the book, as in the movie, at one point he retreats back to Transylvania, right? And they have to
Yes.
go try and hunt him down and kill him,
And he
right?
does a lot of things to try to manipulate that. Like he figures out that they're looking into his mind using Mina, and so he kind of tricks her into sort of like saying the same thing over and over again, so that they'll be immobile. And they try to bribe people to get them to let him know when his ship is going to be there, but then he manages to, you know, trick the crew into going through without stopping, so that he gets
Yeah.
away. And they have to, they split up, and some of them have to go by sea, others by land. They have to try to, go all the, like, basically get all the way to the castle where the big final confrontation is going to be.
Yes. And part of their whole plan is they specifically need to find him while he's during the day, because if they catch up to him at night, they're kind of fucked.
Yeah,
You know, he'll be able to get away with ease, or they won't be able to take him. They might be able to defend themselves in a big group against him, but like, he could just flit away with these. So they have to get him during the day. So that's a complicating factor. And then in this, they do some of that, but just very kind of surface level. And then eventually it comes down to they're trying to get back to the castle, and it turns into like a chase action scene,
yeah.
as they're like racing against the daylight to
Make it to the
catch up to
castle,
him.
yeah, to catch up to him. And he's being defended by gypsies and, as described in the book, gypsies and Slovaks who are loyal to him.
Hmm.
And so they have to fight their way through. That they are kind of strapping adventurous types, so they can fight. Jonathan has a sword in like that he's sharpening his skills with,
Yeah.
and Quincy is a Texan who's like good at
It's like
shooting and all
another
that. It's
another hunting trip they've been on,
yeah,
essentially. Yeah, they're a little war party, and it's pretty cool. And they're all men of action, and I like that. It's one of the
yeah. It kind of actually sort of kicks ass. And meanwhile, in like I did, and this is the book, book version. Van Helsing and Mina are traveling together, and Van Helsing is trying to protect Mina from Dracula's wives, who are trying to lure Mina to them, and like basically have her become another one of his thralls, and start her duty of killing all the rest of them, right? Or like at
yeah.
the very least force them to kill her. So Van Helsing has to sort of like come up with these on the fly, in the field ways of keeping Mina safe. He draws holy circles around her to keep the wives away. He tries to
Mm.
he keeps garlic around her all the time, so to slow the process of the transformation. There's like all kinds of great stuff leading up to the
No,
end.
but see, you see, Hugh, none of those actually work because it's not Christianity that defeats him. It's just decapitating him and putting a
It's
stake
just
through his heart.
decapitating him and redeeming him actually, because he, yeah.
I don't know about redeeming necessarily. I
Uh,
don't even. I don't
I
even
think they give that, like, they
a real
really
shot.
kind of give that a
They give it the old
shot.
college
Yeah.
try.
Well, because he
Yeah.
dies in the church, like the chapel of the, he dies in the chapel of the castle with
Hmm.
the reincarnated Elizabetha, weeping over him, and there's this like light that comes through on his face at the end. The sunlight comes through on his face.
Yeah.
He kind of sighs out and goes, "Thank you," and then like casts his eyes upward to
Yeah.
where the cross is. I think he tried. I think he really tried for a redemption thing there. And I mean, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it because
No, I
he also
really
gets a
don't either.
hero's death with her weeping over him.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah,
It's like why he killed your best friend. He murdered your best. He I'm sorry, it's even worse. He raped and murdered your best friend.
yeah.
Why are you weeping over him?
He raped and murdered
It's
your best
it's
friend and
not.
manipulated her into becoming a child murderer, and then he tried to kill your husband. He, in fact, lured your husband to this castle where he
Was
like
assaulted and
was
nearly
assaulted
killed.
and
Yeah.
turned into essentially like a blood bag slash sex slave for his
Hmm.
wives,
Yeah.
and then he nearly died. It's like all of
And then
this
he
is,
tried to turn you into an immortal demon too, and you, even after he's dead, you don't wake up from your hypnosis and go, "Holy fuck, I can't believe I was so manipulated." You're like still crying over him. Like, fuck you, Mina. I think you're a bad
yeah.
person. It's just insane. It just doesn't make any sense that she feels the way she does about him.
No, it really it doesn't, and I don't like the thematic change of making it so that like our story is essentially evil monster for 400 years, because he was angry at God for giving him a bad day. He went out and impaled a bunch of people on the battlefield, right?
Yeah. And then
And
they
then
killed. Well,
they tricked his wife into killing herself. They didn't even kill her,
yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
They tricked his wife into killing herself, and he got so pissed off at God for that it renounced his immortal soul and became a demon of the night that kills and eats all, like, it basically just kills and eats
And
people
babies
and
and
babies
people.
and
Yeah.
rapes women, right? And then turns them into child murderers on his behalf, essentially. And we're gonna redeem this at the end because he she looks like his girlfriend, and that just reawakened his humanity. Like that's the story of the movie.
Yeah.
It
What's the
sucks.
problem,
It
bro?
sucks.
No, I agree. I agree. Kyle R, this is true. I have heard this from the writer when I was reading that bit about the reshoots and the rewrites they did. Apparently, the original ending was that she leaves the chapel hand in hand with Jonathan, and they're like back together again now, and presumably happy. They go off into the sunset, and test audiences didn't like that ending, so they cut it.
Weird.
And so,
I mean, I guess,
because
okay,
that was,
so like if everything else stays the same, right? And then that's the ending shot of the movie, I guess I can understand why test audiences probably wouldn't like it. But I think
yeah,
it's not because of the ending. I think it's because of everything else that
yes,
happens in the movie. Like
I agree.
Mina does
Because
not deserve that by the end of this.
no, she doesn't. Jonathan Harker doesn't deserve that.
No,
He deserves
Jonathan Harker does not deserve that either. Like
he deserves
like
better than her.
shallow of a
Yeah,
character as he is reduced to in this movie, like he deserves better than that. And I think
yeah,
that's probably why people didn't didn't like it,
yeah. Because for better for worse, they bought into this stupid redemption love story thing. Easily the worst part of the movie. Um, I think as in terms of the adaptation, I think it like kind of utterly obliterates Mina as a character.
Yeah.
And what do you get? instead, by wasting everything that the book gave you about who Mina is, you get someone who is in love with a rapist murderer because he's a prince.
Yep, basically. He's a kind of sexy prince who didn't want to kill her. Was totally fine with killing everybody else, just not her.
Yeah, because you look a lot like a woman I knew back in the
Back in
11th
the old day.
century or whatever.
I'm a very let's just put it this way, like I'm pretty emotionally fragile woman who killed herself after
Yeah.
while couldn't pick up on the fact that there might be, I don't know, an ulterior motive for for a Turkish army. Like
Yeah,
you
she
know,
flew off the handle a little bit.
yeah, yeah, classic.
But yeah, so like she thinks he's dead and then kills herself, and then of course he blames God, and then like I think it was a real mistake to have it be that he's just really mad, so he stabbed the cross and then drank the blood. First of all, those things don't connect for me. But and like Dracula Untold, having it be that like, oh, he made a deal with the devil for power in order to win,
In order to save lives, like
to save lives and win a war and all that sort of fun stuff. And so the price he pays is that he loses his humanity, right? He gains the power, but he loses his humanity, right?
yeah.
That's better. Um, does it say in the book how like does we don't really get much of his origin story. We hear him talk about his ancestry and this like noble line of warriors that he comes from, but do we get anything for like how he becomes a vampire?
No.
Yeah. And you don't need it as far as I'm
Yeah, no,
concerned.
you really don't. He's just a demon, and like really, the only implied idea of what like made him a vampire is that like it's probable that a lot of these other more ancient people were also sort of like that. So like because like when he talks about how the Vikings came down and
Hmm.
they descended upon the country and they was like until they believed the werewolves were upon them. Like oh yeah, like they did believe that these like yeah, there are writings that say like these people, the berserkers or whatever, they like changed their skin and became like slaughter wolves, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
right? So you get the implication that he's descended from like something like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's all you need, really. Like he's just an ancient evil that is vanishing in the modern day, but is still kind of lurking. Jonathan Harker says at the beginning when he's heading out to Transylvania, he says this is one of those more like the most unmapped and uncharted regions of Europe, one of the least researched and understood. So it'll be really
Still exists.
interesting,
Yeah.
yeah, for me to go out there and like talk to people, and I'm like really curious about the culture and the superstitions and the food and everything. And so he's
Hmm.
like a really genuinely curious person. That's what he wants to talk to the count about while he's there. And that's how you sort of piece together that like maybe that's he's just he's just been there forever as like one of these barbaric monsters that lives out in the in the dark corners of the world.
Yeah.
That's all you need. That's all I need. I don't need that he made a deal with the devil for anything like that. But
You
I
don't
like
need
that
it, but that
better.
would be better. Exactly.
I like
Yes.
that. Like I don't need it, but like God, I would rather have that than this. Like holy shit.
A couple things to acknowledge. People have made good, said good things in the chat. Jay Jameson says 100% tapping into the "I can change him" audience, and
Yep.
then Kyle R saying they essentially turned Mina into one of those women who writes love letters to Ted Bundy or Charles Manson.
Yes.
Yes, except that it still has pretensions of being an actual love story. You know what I mean? Because it's not actually exploring what those people are like and why they're like that. The movie is not aware, as far as I can tell, of just how demented Mina's motivations are throughout all this and why she doesn't behave like a human being. It's if it were a meaningful exploration of that type of person, I would be into it. Actually, I watched this movie on an old, like an over the air movies old movies channel that I get for free, and there's this movie called Dark Passage with Humphrey Bogart and I believe Lauren Bacall, And Dark Passage is kind of an interesting movie. I won't spoil it, but the basic premise is that a man escapes from prison and then gets a sort of like plastic surgery to disguise his appearance. Now, in the logic of that story, he's innocent, but I think it would be a fun like redoing of the story if he actually wasn't innocent. He just escaped prison, and then like he found a woman who's willing to help him because she's one of these type people who like writes love letters to serial killers and things like that. Um, I don't know, like that sort of psychology is interesting to me, like to try to understand how people end up like that. And that is sort of what this I think appeals to on a sort of base level, but it still has these weird delusions and pretensions of actually being a romantic love story. Very like delusional, I would say.
Yeah,
this this storyline.
yeah. You know, it's interesting because you might there's this movie you might enjoy. It's called Face Off. Um,
Yes.
but yeah, no, I don't even as like even if I had okay, it's kind of hard to separate this, right? But like even if I
Hmm.
wasn't as big of a fan of the way the book does this story as I am, this movie would infuriate me based on like the just how crappy the character writing is. Like there's not really any better way for me to say it. Like the
Yeah.
motivations of the characters are terrible. Everything in service of the story just really like I mean it could be fun, campy, you know, interesting like vibes if the characters all didn't suck in one way or another, and if the movie didn't see like if the movie seemed as if it recognized how bad these characters are like as people, right?
Yeah.
But knowing where it came from and knowing this is what we got, like I hate it even more. It just it really pisses me off. And
So
I really don't like it as an adaptation. I don't think there's been, from what I've seen, I don't think there's been a great Dracula adaptation.
no, I don't think so either. I want to circle back to that point. Don't let me forget it. But I was just going to add that. So I saw this for the first time, like I mentioned earlier, before I had ever read Dracula, and I certainly liked it more then. But even then, what I mostly liked about it was just how gonzo it was from a filmmaking perspective. Um, there's some good music. There's some really fucking out there visuals. There are some people giving good performances, but even then, I wasn't like gripped by the characters. I wasn't especially compelled by them, and I never really believed them as real people. It all felt like a vehicle for like having fun with filmmaking. Like that's all it ever really felt like to me. But the more I've thought about the story, and the more I especially recognize what they did to the source material, I really just I don't like the writing at all. And I can appreciate some of the visuals only in like isolation from what they're here to serve.
Yeah,
It's
I
it's
agree with you
it's
on
it's
that. Like
it
I
might
like
be the most quintessential style over substance movie of all time. It's up there.
yeah, it's
It's a
definitely
it's
on
a
the
Hall of
list.
Famer for style over substance. Honestly,
Top
it like
bill,
it
yeah.
yeah, for people that like oh vibes and style and that's what they're into. I'm like
Yeah,
this is the movie.
if all you're here for is like interesting visuals and like
Hmm.
funky vibes,
Yeah.
and you don't care about internal logic or coherent character motivation or anything, probably have an okay time with this movie. I think it's still like I don't know, though that's never appealed to me really. Like I can't get I have to have something to grasp onto a little bit. Like
Yeah.
the thing about like with this one for me, like I can do Fast and Furious movies, right, which are similar, right, in campiness and like just goofing around, doing crazy shit because of the ego of one creative, right, which is sort of what we're doing here. But the Fast and Furious movies don't have the pretension that this kind of does of being like the the Bram Stoker's Dracula thing gives it the pretension of being like the definitive adaptation, and that given how I feel about the
And
source material.
even
So really
outside
nice.
of that, which we've already talked about, and I agree, there is a sort of like it thinks it's a grand sweeping love story.
Yeah,
That seems pretty clear, and I'm like,
not.
I'm not convinced. It certainly thinks it's meaningfully exploring really deep things about human nature, and I just don't think it is. I think at its best, I think this is a movie that's like, wow, that's crazy that they did that. Oh, that's a fun costume. Oh, he's given a very silly
He's
performance.
doing something
Oh, that's a
there. Like
fun
that's a take.
costume. That's a fun animatronic. Oh, that's a bad accent. Isn't that kind of fun in an ironic sense? That's a cool costume. Oh no, the vampire's getting someone. Oh look, there's a titty. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
like-
look, Monica Bellucci in a vampire costume.
yeah. And
Titties out,
look at Keanu
boys.
Reeves going. "Whoa,
Ugh.
whoa."
Don't bite my dick.
like I certainly understand its appeal to a degree because I did sort of enjoy it when I saw it before reading the book, but I definitely think even if I had rewatched it without reading the book, the lack of substance in the story department would bother me more.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
The more I think, because honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm annoyed at the character writing. Even
Yeah,
still, as we're talking about it here, I'm like, no, yeah, like, yeah, this person like killed your best friend. What are you insane? What is happening? And then you're like, I guess she's under his control. No, because she's still like that later when he's not around and later when he's dead.
and I also get really annoyed by how many opportunities the movie takes to just like just basically to just sex it up for like no for not really any other reason than that he clearly was horny at the time. Like the scene where Winona Ryder is chasing Lucy sleepwalking, right? Like Lucy's in this bodice that's pushing her boobs up, you know, making her cleavage look great. Winona Ryder is running around in this like really like paper thin silk nightdress, and her like they are really doing some work here to make sure that you watch her boobs bouncing as she runs because she's not wearing a bra, and it's just like, come on, dude, like control yourself for a minute, please.
When
Like,
it's when that's like the end goal, like that's what you're here for, and not like that in sort of service of
yeah, in service of anything like that's
anything more
driving it
interesting.
more interesting than just sex appeal. It just it feels shallow to me,
Yeah.
and I don't like wasting 2 hours on a really shallow movie. You know, if I'm
Yep.
not having a good time with it, especially since my attachment to not really allow me to do that. You know.
Yeah. Topaz did mention it's not a vibe movie for him. Yeah, it's a certain kind of vibe movie. It's a very sort of like gothic, magical, realist, extravagant, decadent, debaucherous type of vibe. You know, it's
Yeah.
not. You mentioned Jackie Brown. It's obviously a very different type vibe, but I understand that this is a vibe for some people, and me to a degree. That I'm like, oh, this is this is certainly a spectacle.
Yeah, the tagline being "Love never dies." By the way, like
Yeah, see, there you go.
that's
There's the pretensions of a grand sweeping love story.
yeah,
Like, fuck off, actually.
yeah.
Love never dies. Okay, Francis. Okay, Frank. Sure. That's what you think you did here. Why not?
Have I tried pretending it was what I wanted and then see how I feel? No, actually I haven't, but maybe I'll give it a shot. Out.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to circle back to, as far as I can tell, there is no especially strong, like faithful adaptation of Dracula out there. I did happen to watch a video where someone was sort of ranking all the different Draculas based on their faithfulness, and it put like there's a BBC TV movie or TV, maybe it was a miniseries at like the top of the list, a movie that came out in the 70s, but then he was like, even then it's not like incredibly accurate. So as far as I can tell, and I've looked at a lot of the descriptions, like the plot descriptions of all the different Dracula movies, because oh my goodness, there have been a lot. You know what? For fun, I'm gonna read what comes in, what comes up when you type in Dracula in IMDb. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Strap in, folks. All right. Bram Stoker's Dracula, 1992. Dracula TV miniseries, 2020. Dracula 1931. Dracula Untold, 2014. Dracula, another TV series, 2013. Horror of Dracula, 1958. Dracula 1979. Dracula 2000. Dracula Dead and Loving It with Leslie Nielsen and Mel Brooks, 1995. Dracula TV movie in 1974. Dracula A Love Tale, something that isn't even out yet, but will come out in 2025 with Christoph Waltz. Side note, I looked into that and it appears to have the same sort of like love story plot, so it's not going to be any more faithful. Dracula 3D 2012, Dracula with an accent over the A 1931. Dracula 2006, another TV movie. That one has a poster that looks like a romance novel. Dracula AD 1972. Scars of Dracula, 1970. Countess Dracula, 71. Dracula, Prince of Darkness, 66. The Brides of Dracula, 1960. Dracula 2, Ascension, 2003. Dracula 3000 with Casper Van Dien and Coolio, 2004. Dracula Has Risen from the Grave, that's the actual title, 1968. The Batman vs. Dracula, 2005. Taste the Blood of Dracula, 1970. House of Dracula, 45. Dracula and Son, 76. Blood for Dracula, 74. The Satanic Rites of Dracula, 73. Dracula 3 Legacy, 2005. Son of Dracula, 43. Count Dracula, 1970. Dracula vs. Frankenstein, 1971. Young Dracula, which is a TV series that ran from 2006 to 2014. Dracula, the Original Living Vampire, 2022. Dracula, 2024. That's a short film. Dracula's Dog, 1977. The Big Scare. I guess that has Dracula in it. Dracula in a Women's Prison, 2017. That's what it's actually called. Dracula
Wait,
in a
what?
Woman's Prison. Now we're moving on. Dracula, Sovereign of the Damned, 1980. Dracula, 2021, a TV series that is still going apparently. Count Dracula, 1977. That's a TV movie. Daughter of Dracula, 72. Dracula of the Dark Prince, 2013. Dracula, Prisoner of Frankenstein, 1972. Dracula, the TV series. That's yet another one from the 90s. Dracula Reborn, 2015. Dracula, 2016. That appears to be an Indian movie. Old Dracula, 1974. Billy the Kid versus Dracula, 1966. Dracula 2002. Blood of Dracula, 1957. Lust for Dracula, 2004. Dracula Istanbulda, 1953. And Son of Dracula, 1973. Oh shit, there's more. Sorry. Son of Dracula, 73. Wrath of Dracula, 2023. Saint Dracula 3D. Dracula, the Dirty Old Man. That's what it's called. And, and then we're getting into stuff like Dracula in Love, Dracula in the Provinces, Count Dracula's Great Love, Dracula 2012. I think you get the idea. There's more
There's
popular
a
matches.
lot of these.
There's pages and pages of these. I thought I was at the bottom, and I was not.
But
there
we
it goes.
haven't even like mentioned Nosferatu hasn't been on there, which is like pretty clearly. Blackula is one that we haven't talked about, but is pretty popular.
Yes. I like Billy the Kid versus Dracula.
That actually
funny.
sounds fun to me. Like it's got an 18% on Rotten Tomatoes, so you know.
All right, really quick, I want to read the description of Dracula in a Women's Prison. This is a movie that came out in 2017. 10 years after the horrific events of Werewolf in a Women's Prison.
This is a series. Holy shit, Universal needs to get on this, dude. This would have been the perfect way for the Dark Universe to start up.
Yes. 10 years after the horrific events of Werewolf in a Women's Prison, the penitentiary has a new warden with a thirst for blood. Young American Liz, Victoria Demare, travels to the third world country of Campuna. I believe that's how you pronounce that, to gather her sister's remains, who mysteriously passed in jail. However, anyone who dies in Campuna State Prison comes back to life under Warden Drago, better known as Count Dracula.
Yo, what? He's the warden? Damn, dude, he got his degree in criminology and everything. This is a deep plan, man. This is a deep plan. He's playing 4D
Topaz
chess.
Dude says the lore of Dracula honestly does lend itself well to a sort of doomed romance type story. I mean, I disagree.
I guess
I don't know.
Okay,
like,
so a vampire thing, that's pretty common, right? Like that's the vampire doomed romance is something that clearly resonates with people,
Yes,
right?
yes, obviously. The
Um,
same people that fantasize about getting fucked by a werewolf, that sort of stuff.
not quite as common, I would say.
But all I'm really quibbling with here is that it comes from Dracula because it
Yeah, it's
doesn't.
more of like a vampire. The vampire lore itself kind of
Yes.
does, but I don't know if like specifically Dracula, like that doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's just a taste of how many Dracula movies there are. But as far as I can tell, and I remember I read the plot synopses on IMDb for many of this list, and none of them appear to be more faithful than the 30s movie or this. So, as far as I can tell, now maybe
Interesting.
there's buried in here in like a BBC TV movie from the 70s or something is secretly the adaptation I've been hoping for all this time. I doubt
Yeah,
it.
I don't. I think it's still waiting to be made. Um,
That's what
I
I
I would
think too.
love to see it done as like a nice mini series of some kind. I think that would be the best way probably to do it because I think it lends itself really. I think the epistolary format. I've seen a lot of comments that the epistolary format is difficult to adapt without losing some substance. Maybe I think we any novel when you adapt it right is going to lose a little bit of that internal monologue and exploration of the characters. But I
If it
think
has it, yeah.
a deft touch from a director and a writer can turn that visual without like I don't think it's impossible or even like all that challenging for somebody who's got the right stuff. Um
Well,
I
that's what like film grammar is for, you know?
Yeah, and I think really that you could take this book and since it is so episodic and done like written in a way where there's a lot of different scenes that you can do that jump from place to place and from perspective to perspective, I really don't think it would be all that difficult to turn it into a successful miniseries. Maybe six
I
episodes or
agree.
something like that. I think you could probably make it
Maybe
work. It would take some effort, obviously, to make it
maybe
done to
even
do it
like 8
well.
or 10, honestly.
Yeah,
Obviously it would definitely it would take some effort to do, but the other thing I noticed is that a lot of the chapters they end on a note that feels like how you would end an episode of television. Not all of them, but a decent amount of them have that sort of like, oh no, what's going to happen, which is what you want, right?
yeah. I think I mean, and there's a lot of that, right? Like I was saying, there's certain parts that remind me very much of like the depth of the lore and the cliffhangers of Watchmen, right? Because Watchmen was published as a part series originally, so each one kind of has a cliffhanger about what you're basically like what's going to happen next, right? Because that's how you sell comic books, and I think that Dracula lends itself to that sort of visualization really well. Um,
Hmm.
I, the, I don't know. I think it would be very difficult to do it as a movie, but if you went and did it as a miniseries, I think you'd have a lot better of a time because condensing the whole thing into 2.5 hours, that just doesn't feel plausible to me without it feeling very rushed. Um, and I say, this is an interesting one too. Have you ever seen the Christopher Lee Dracula? I
Horror
have.
of Dracula, is that the first one? I
Let me
believe
take
it
a
is
look.
1958. Please correct me if that's not right, but from what I understand, that's the first one. I have not seen it. I've read the description of it, but like I know from reading basic descriptions of the plot of some of these that it's not more faithful, though that isn't to say that it's not good in its own right. But I know it's not the sort of adaptation I'm really looking for here. But I have seen a number of people say that the Christopher Lee Dracula is their favorite performance portrayal.
Yeah, I think this one actually, the first in the series of Hammer horror films starring Christopher Lee is just called Dracula, 1958.
Okay, on IMDb it's listed as Horror of Dracula,
Oh,
original
okay. In the
title
United States,
Dracula.
it was retitled Horror of Dracula to avoid confusion with the Bela Lugosi one. Okay, interesting.
Here's a brief description of the storyline. Jonathan Harker unsuccessfully tries to stake and kill Count Dracula at the latter's remote castle in Transylvania, but becomes one of the Count's victims. The vampire later insinuates himself into the Harker family, seeking more blood and vengeance. The only person who may be able to protect them is Dr. Van Helsing, Harker's friend and fellow vampirologist, who is determined to destroy Dracula whatever the cost. So that is
That's
doing its own
different,
thing,
doing its own
that's for
thing,
sure.
but does sound interesting. I wouldn't mind checking it out at some point, actually, because I do like Christopher Lee. Um, as much as I enjoy Bela Lugosi's moments as Dracula when he gets them, uh, I would like to see something with a little more pace to it. I think something a little more with a little more pizzazz. I am planning on continuing my Universal horror movie explorations
Mhm.
with House of Frankenstein and House of Dracula and Dracula
We gotta
versus.
watch, like, The Invisible Man or The Mummy or one of
We are
those, right?
definitely going to watch The Invisible Man, but also the Boris Karloff Mummy. I watched it. It's boring. It's another one that's sort of like the 31 Dracula. Uh, I wouldn't say it's like necessary watching. It's not very good, honestly. It's okay. Boris Karloff is pretty cool. I like him. I like his gravitas. I just the writing is just kind of you know not a lot happens. It's another one of those ones where there's a white noise hiss behind the whole movie. Um,
Yeah.
it kind of like it very quickly almost put me to sleep. So, but I do want to watch the 1999 Mummy with you. I think what we should do at some point is cover the 1999 Mummy and Van Helsing. Same director, uh, similar cast, similar vibes. So I think that would be a lot of fun
Yeah,
because
we
I
definitely should,
like
and
both
I
of those
also
movies.
know on the subject of vampires, I'll definitely be rewatching the 22 Nosferatu before the
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 Robert
new
Eggers.
Nosferatu. I also know that there's a 70s movie called Nosferatu the Vampire, which is just funny to me because Nosferatu is an archaic word that means vampire. So that's kind of amusing. Vampire the Vampire. I don't know if I'll check that one out, but maybe. Yeah, so it's funny reading the plot description. I have seen it, but it's been ages. The 20s silent Nosferatu. Reading the description of the plot, it seems to be the most like Dracula, the book. Obviously, there's a lot missing from it,
Yeah.
but in terms of the overall arc, it seems pretty close. And I know there are some changes that they made. Like I know, for example, that it ends with him being burned alive by sunlight because that's established for the first time, I believe, by Nosferatu. Nosferatu, A Symphony of Horror, the full title. But yeah, I wouldn't mind rewatching that one as well.
I wouldn't mind checking out Shadow of the Vampire, which
Oh, is
is
that the one like about the filming of Nosferatu?
yeah, it's where F.W. Murnau, played by John Malkovich, is struggling to create his silent classic Nosferatu on location in Eastern Europe. He is obsessed with making this the most authentic vampire movie ever. To that end, he has employed a real vampire, Max Schreck, played by Willem
Played by Willem
Dafoe.
Dafoe. Yep. That's a fun premise.
Yeah, that does sound kind of fun. I'd like to check that out at some point.
Yeah, so that I suppose concludes Hugh and Jamie complaining about Dracula adaptations for a few hours. I hope we delivered on our promise. Um, I was not impressed, really, especially by the writing of either of these two movies, and
Yeah.
I long for the day where I'm happy Robert Eggers is making a Nosferatu, and that will definitely fill the void to a degree because I know it's broadly similar. But someday, I would like a very good Dracula miniseries made with a deft hand by a talented filmmaker. That would be the dream because I think it's just a really, really good book, and I'd like to see it adapted because I like movies too. I've had people be like, "Well, if you like the book, why do you want to see a movie of it?" It's like, well, because then you can
Sometimes
have
I like
both.
that. Yeah. I
Because
you know,
movies are cool and movies can do things books can't, and vice versa. It's
it's funny because I really like the book The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I also really like that movie that David Fincher made of it that one time. Like
That one time and only that one
well,
time.
that one time and only that one time. Like I like that
Ugh.
whole series, and sometimes I like seeing the things that I like made into movies by other people I like. It's just
Jay Jamison says, yes, you can share them with your friends who don't want to read. It's true.
yeah,
You can also share them with your friends who can't read.
yeah. It's
We all know who we're talking about.
and the other
You
nice
know
thing
the
is right
one.
is that I can read Dracula in a couple of weeks, or I could watch like 6 hours of TV and get it all there. That would be kind of
Yeah.
cool. I do like
Well,
when I can get the experience of reading a good novel in a 2.5 hour time slot. That's kind of
yeah.
works.
And it's fun to see things more viscerally because I quite like Dracula. I think a lot of the stuff that happens in there is really fun and subtle and atmospheric. I think it would make a good miniseries one day. One day.
Eventually,
You know what's cool is that you don't need the rights anymore, so you could just go do
we
it
can
if you
yeah
want to.
we could just do it. We could just make it.
Yeah, we could just make a sprawling period piece
Yeah,
miniseries.
exactly. Yeah,
It's
yeah. We could
that
just
simple.
we could just do it. I got a backyard. We
Yeah, we got there. We got an iPhone. What else do you need, right?
movies. Steven Spielberg.
Unprompted. Well, anyway,
Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
yeah. Oh, I wanted to mention briefly before we go that I watched the first episode of The Penguin Show and I thought it was pretty good. So
Oh,
I'm hoping
nice.
it stays pretty good for the rest of the show.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's it's pretty it's fun so far. I quite like Colin Farrell as the Penguin. He's he brings a lot to that character, and it seems pretty neat, like a good old fashioned like Sopranos-y style mafia show. So in the Gotham world, and it
That does
seems
sound
pretty neat
pretty
so
appealing,
far.
actually. I like that idea a lot.
So check that out if you're interested in such things. I recommend at least the first episode. So there's that. Thanks for the super chat, Cecil Lawrenson. Thanks for saying cool. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe Blumhouse will do it. So, can you imagine a Blumhouse Dracula?
I mean, they've made like an okay movie once or twice, right? Like they've
Yeah,
made some fun
I mean,
stuff.
I don't hate everything they do,
I've
but
heard that I've heard some things that's like Speak No Evil. I've heard is not worst. Heard it's got some appeal. The
oh, yeah, I didn't.
games.
I made a tweet about it, but I haven't really said anything else. I don't plan on reviewing it in any more depth.
Oh,
But
did you watch it?
what? Oh no, not Speak No Evil. I was going to pivot to a different thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say that I saw The Substance and I didn't care for it.
Oh, yes. Well, M3gan 2.0 is coming out next year, so we have that
Oh
to
my
look forward to.
gosh, 2.0, the new update of Mithrigan. Mithrigan was pretty stupid fun, but not quite enough to like love, I would say. There's some fun stuff in Mithrigan.
Yeah, Blumhouse's Invisible Man. Oh, they did do the Invisible Man, didn't they? And they're doing the Wolf Man.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, the Invisible Man. I'm not like the biggest fan of the way they took it, but I like that they tried. You know,
Yeah.
I think the
Donald's
Invisible.
angry. Donald's angry mentions a Frey AI'd. That's a new movie they have coming out. Or maybe it already came out. I don't know. That's sort of what when you said like, oh, or when someone said, what if Blumhouse did Dracula? I imagine like, oh, same thing with Invisible Man, or it's like a Frey AI'd, or it's like set in modern times and Dracula's like using AI or something stupid like that. Some sort of weird modernization. Sort of what I pictured in my head. What?
Oh no!
What do you?
I did not
What do you?
realize. That I saw the Dave in the chat said that it's something about Agatha all along, and I had forgotten what that was. So I googled it. And
Oh,
it's the oh no, it's the Marvel
a
thing.
spin-off, a spin-off from
A
WandaVision.
spin-off of WandaVision featuring Agatha from WandaVision. Apparently, she goes after the Darkhold, the book from Multiverse of Madness that was destroyed in every universe. How did she find it? Oh no. Uh,
All I've seen from Agatha all along is a clip on Twitter. Not of I've seen the whole song. There's a song. There's like a musical number where they're singing a little witches chant, and the whole thing has been very aggressively pitch corrected with like auto tune or Melodyne or what have you. And the whole thing just feels incredibly soulless and empty and hollow and has no magic to it at all. And everyone's like, "Why would anyone hate this? You guys just hate fun." It's like, no, I just think this sounds like ass cancer, actually. But
You
yeah,
know, I oh shit, about like uh, chanting. I can't remember.
it's
The
funny as a palate cleanser after hearing the like really lame, and it's not even necessarily that the music is lame. It's that when everything's been so pitch corrected, it has no soul to it. But hearing this lame witches chant from Agatha all along, I was like, well, I wanted to remind myself what the music from The Witch by Robert Eggers sounded like, and it's dope. It's
yeah,
scary and
it's
yeah,
that's good shit.
much more
Oh, I
evocative
remember
of
what I was
witches
gonna
and
say.
witchcraft. Go ahead.
Marvel stuff with with like where you insert a musical number or a dance number or something into it. The first season of Legion does that really, really well. In the first episode, they have this really off-putting and kind of like surreal dance sequence that's kind of a like a visual representation of the main character's schizophrenia. It's fucking awesome, and it's like really kind of quirky and fun. It's creepy. It's done in a really interesting way. Like, we've already done this, but Legion doesn't count. You know, that's not the like Marvel. So we'll do it with Agatha, and we'll praise it as if like how could you hate this? I don't know. I've seen it done better in a different project.
Because I've watched good musicals before
Yeah,
and I know what they sound like. I know what they look like.
I've seen Hocus Pocus. Hey, actually.
I like Hocus Pocus.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a fun.
fun. It's a
It's a
fun
fun movie.
Halloween movie.
Sure is. The musical episodes desperately want to copy the Buffy episode. You know what's
Oh,
fun?
you know what? I like that episode too. Good
You know what's
episode.
fun about the Buffy episode is that there's a logical reason in the story why people aren't necessarily professional singers and they don't auto-tune them to death. They just sound like real people. Now, there are a couple songs where I'm like, I wish you could have sung that better, but hey, it's fine. These are just the stars of a non-musical TV show doing musical numbers, and some of them are pretty good, and the songs are really good. And
Yeah,
if nothing else, at least they have soul because they're actually being performed. What you're hearing was actually performed by the people.
it's a nice
So
touch. It's almost like
it almost feels like the bare minimum, but I'll call it the nice touch. That's a nice touch, yeah.
maybe it should feel like the bare minimum, but we don't live in a musical world anymore.
No, we don't. They got the mustard out, Hugh. They got the mustard out.
All right. Well, thanks for listening to us complain about Dracula, guys.
Yeah. There's a
Next
lot of complaints today.
lot of next week we will not be streaming. I have a prior commitment, so it's my fault. It's all me. I'm the problem.
And
um,
then what we do on the week after that, not sure exactly. Maybe it'll be more Disney. Maybe it'll be Megalopolis. Maybe the
it is
Joker 2 will be out by then. Who knows?
October, so there is
Maybe
some
there's a
spooky
spooky.
stuff. We've already covered some classic spook. Might be covering something else. Who knows?
Yes, it might be something else. You have that to
We'll
look forward
stream on
to.
something else on October 6th. So you know what? Watch it by then. Something else.
Yes, watch everything before then. That way you won't miss it.
Yeah. Just watch
Well,
something and come and tell us what you liked about it or didn't.
yes, everyone's job is to watch one movie. You pick the movie, whatever you
Yeah,
want,
whatever
and
you,
then
the
and then
dealer's
you
choice.
give us your book report. Donald's angry. Wednesday's episode 4. That'll be out when it's out. Thank you for asking, and thanks for the super chat. We appreciate it. And that's it. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Episode 4 is out, isn't it? We're on 5 now, right?
Yeah. Sucks to suck. Donald's angry. We're actually on episode 5 now. So that will be out when it's out. And Dev's episode 4 will be out right now. You can go
Yeah, you
watch
can
it.
go
Here it
watch
is. You can see it in the corner. There it is. Click on it.
it. uh,
Is Bambi next on the list, Hugh? That's
yes,
what
it
the chat
is.
is asking.
Closing out the golden age with a bam.
Is that the last of that era?
Yes, that is the
All
last
right.
Walt Disney away to make that amazing cartoon where Donald ducks a Nazi.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Sweet dreams.